we're gonna fuck around for a second here because the VOD's gonna get muted, so. One sec here. I'll open up the game and get everything set up. I'll wait a second before I start talking. Thank you, thank you. This has been the most annoying fucking like 12-day break of my life, okay? I have had so much schoolwork. I had 2 exams yesterday, so that's why we're finally back. In sec, the game's just opening here. That is loud. Brother man Bill. Holy shit. Okay, one sec. Boom. Boom. The main title of this is different than before. Let me... Whoop. Oh, I'm on display... I'm not on display capture, I'm on window capture. Let's see if this... There we go. Yeah, we got a different title screen on this. I think I have everything installed, right? Yeah. I have been so disgustingly busy, so I feel you on that one. I still have an assignment I have due tomorrow, but I'm gonna finish it either after stream or when I wake up tomorrow. I'll have enough time. It's not very long. Okay, I think enough time has probably passed for the VOD to... I'll give it a few more minutes. I don't know. I hate that they fucking mute VODs. It's stupid. Oh, I don't want to cut myself off. But I wrote out... You can probably see it there for a second before I covered it again. Actually, no, this was old stuff. So I wrote out a very... We might be here for like an hour just covering stuff. I did not come to as concise of a conclusion as I thought I would. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that aspect, but we'll see. Okay, I'll get in about, let's see. So stream time is just about to hit 10 minutes. I'll give it another 2 minutes, so 12-minute stream time, and we'll start. Just because I don't want the VOD to cut the shit off. Okay. So, I guess I'll explain a little bit before I get into it too hard, because I'll just end up re-explaining it again. But my theory so far was that the game has kind of tried very hard to implicate Mion. Not even necessarily implicate. I mean, she's kind of admitted guilt multiple times, but you know, I'm a little bit of a shrimp, I might say. So I have a little bit of a theory. I don't have anything that's like, I don't know. We'll go through this because I could be looking. I think, okay, this is what usually happens with mystery games. I look way too deep into something that's like not important. I get hung up on some tiny detail, and then like the really obvious part is like right in front of me, looking me in the fucking face. The 12-day gap or whatever it's been did not fucking help at all. But I'll get the grasp. I'm glad that I wrote this little notebook shit because this will help me get back into it again. I combed through some of the VODs for certain parts, but I'm not trying to rewatch the whole thing. It was a lot of content, so okay, we're good enough now. I'll pop this up on screen. Okay, so under here is our final words before the answer arcs. I'm not really sure how to start this. Because put it this way, I'm going to be wrong to a certain level. The question is, how wrong will I be? Will I be extremely wrong? Will I be kind of on base? Because how do I put this? If you've ever played Danganronpa, or I guess in Zero Escape as well, Zero Escape may be even a better analogy. After you've played the games, the mystery, it's like, of course it's that. Like, duh, it makes so much fucking sense. But when you're playing it at the time, you don't ever really pick up on it. And I'm assuming that there's really obvious things that either maybe I have picked up on some and maybe I've missed on others. I definitely have missed on some. But this probably gonna be painfully obvious in the afterthought once I once I come back. But okay, so let's get going here. The big thing that I dedicated the first part of this to was my theory about Mion and Shion potentially swapping back and forth. Now, I didn't really come down to a good conclusion one way or the other on it. But, like, my bare bones takeaway is that there's, like, two possibilities in my mind, because I'm a huge shrimp, is either Mion and Shion are working together in tandem, which doesn't seem too likely given the events of Chapter 2, or that Shion has actually been super evil this whole time and has been, like, pulling some fucking crazy strings. So let's get into this. So the first part of this is solely dedicated. I'll try to describe... So let me slow down here. The way that this document has is at the start, it covers the Mion and Shion stuff. Then towards the end, and I shouldn't say towards the end, but then I cover a lot of the other big mysteries that have been bothering me. And I try to put some theory forward, but a lot of them is just conjecture because it's like impossible to know what's going on. And then at the end, I have like a suspect list, I guess, where I put like a level of suspicion on people to how much like a level of culpability I think that they have. So we'll start. So again, I talked about this swap theory that was going on. So I don't really know swap imposter theory, you might say. There's a lot of things. But I this was the part that I focused most of my attention on, so I feel the most confident about this. Everything else, it's a little bit by the wayside, but here we go. So the first meeting at Angel Mort, Shion didn't rebuke Keiichi, calling her Mion for quite a long time. She responded as if she knew about Rina's cute mode when Keiichi teased her. She said anything but that. I'm positive that this was Mion and her. I should say, this shouldn't be a comma here, so this is where I'm going to get nitpicky. And her knowing that Shion filled in at Angel Mort often, likely used the story of her being Shion as a cover-up. She says she knew it was Keiichi because her sister was always talking about Keiichi, yet I find it hard to believe she would know it's Keiichi from just hearing about him. She also knew about the punishment game where Keiichi had to dress up... Oh, Jesus Christ, I put maid like this. I'm a troll. I should say. And... as far as I understand, Mion and Shion are not exactly on good terms. Now, when I say good terms here, I don't necessarily mean that they hate each other, but to my understanding, they don't have a lot of contact with each other. Specifically because they live in different locations, Regardless. This wouldn't be something she could know about. I highly doubt Mion would talk to Shion about Keiichi either. You can also hear my dog barking. Mion in the Chapter 2 tip titled, Is Shion Real?, mentions that she only talks to Shion over the phone, very rarely, and seemed to get embarrassed at Shion's name being mentioned while staring at Keiichi. It is noted that Shion said this was the first time she had ever worked for her uncle's restaurant. We'll just go big dick down here. Mion did state she was working at the toy store, so there wasn't a contradiction there. Because that night with Rina and Thing, if I recall correctly, they were pressing her about where she was, because I think they all had kind of the same suspicion. She said she was working at the toy store, which, of course, given where we eventually saw them together, where we had just come from Angel Mort with Shion, whatever, we'll get into that. Did say she was working at the toy store, and that Shion was the waitress. This part seemed to be true. Hard to discern. She could have been covering at this time. Mion shows up at Keiichi's door, Keiichi's, with a bento box. This is absolutely Mion. There is no chance that Shion walked all the way from Okinomiya to Keiichi's house. Mion literally says in the conversation that the food was stuff her sister brought home from school. Again, literally not possible. They don't live together. She also apologized for herself stealing from Keiichi during the curry competition. This Shion at this time is absolutely, 100% without a shadow of a doubt, Mion. In the It Was Delicious tip from Chapter 2, Mion basically all but admits it was her. She even says thanks for the candy left in it. It's another thing. Mion mentioned the keychain that Keiichi had lost at Angel Mort the first time he went for dinner. I think this also confirms that it was definitely Mion at the start. Shion stood up for Keiichi when the thugs were roughing him up when he was on his way to Angel Mort. I assume this is Mion. I guess in theory it could be Shion. Mion displayed her typical rude attitude towards Oishi. I should say. I put it could possibly be Mion twice here. I lost my cursor. One sec. And it seems like it, given the small back. Oh wait, no, maybe this was right actually. We'll leave that. I'm confusing myself. And it seems like it was given. It was Mion given the small back and forth about the seal keychain. Thus, at this Angel Mort meeting, this was also Mion. The Shion that called later that day was also the one that invited Keiichi to the all-you-can-eat thing, meaning it was also very likely Mion then as well. The only weird thing that happened here is Mion. My writing is. I'm having a stroke. That happened here is Mion, before Keiichi went that day for the all-you-can-eat meme, asked him if he participated in the draw 2 months prior to get a ticket. Yet this was the night where we ran into both Shion and Mion and found out they weren't the same person. Rina remarks that this Shion and Mion were the same on the inside as well. This is the quote. Now, so this was a quote that I made a big deal about here, where I kept talking about that I think this is what they were tipping us off to, that there was a swap going on. So this was the quote that Rina had about Mion and Shion. She, if she ties up her hair, is impossible to tell apart from me, right? So if me let down her hair, would she be impossible to tell apart from she? What if that her being the younger twin was a lie? That she was just me pretending to be her sister? What would you think? Now, at the time, Keiichi says in response, it might be unfair to answer a question with another question. But if, like you say, Mion is just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? Now, this is where we get to like sort of the confusing territory, because it kind of feels like both Mion and Shion are in superposition, like that they're in the same spot at any given time. But so, continue. Afterwards, Shion says that she was mistaken for Mion when they first met, and she gives a proper introduction. This is likely probably Shion. I guess the question is now, how much of the previous Mion has been Shion in disguise? This is impossible to parse. If not for this day, it would seem as though it was only ever Mion, but obviously given the situation right after, when they meet up, it seems as though it has been Shion at Angel Mort this whole time. So this is me running through everything. This isn't like a theory at this point. We know for certain that the bento box meme had to be Mion. There is no way it was Shion. But the Angel Mort Day 1 stuff is still a head scratcher. This is probably going to be like the big thing that'll pull the lid off the whole like swap between them. Because whoever was there Angel Mort on the Day 1, it's tough to say, but I'll continue. Just because Shion knows about the interaction that happened, right? So unless Shion has been like shadowing Mion, or knew about Mion pretending to be her, perhaps, then like that would sort of make sense. The Mion quote we got given as a flash, as she was talking to Rina, reads, "I want to try again as somebody other than Mion. This time I can be more honest with myself. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty fond of the relationship I have with Kei. This might be selfish, but one more time." Big Daft Punk fan, I can see. At this point, so this is what I'm saying, okay? This is very disjointed, but this is the point of, after the Angel Mort thing. At this point, Shion is trying to hurt Mion. She purposely knows her sister's feelings and used it to have Keiichi walk into the store and see Mion so that Shion could hold it over her. In her speech afterwards, she says that she wanted to meet Keiichi, so she gave him the ticket to the Angel Mort dessert thing, so this is my theory. First day of Angel Mort was Mion. Bento box incident was Mion. Dessert fiesta and events afterwards with Shion, using this to get at Mion. Using this line of thinking, we can clearly see that Shion has some distaste for her sister. My guess would be due to the preferential treatment that Mion got growing up. The rest of the Shion and Mion swap theory is going to be covered in my next point about dead bodies walking. So, I do still think this first day of Angel Mort was Mion. I think the best explanation is that Shion somehow had knowledge of this meeting. Yeah. But, so for instance, we know for sure that, like, when Mion showed up with the bento box dressed as Shion, that absolutely was her. There's just no doubt. I refuse to believe it's anything else. But I digress. So here we go. Now this is like the really confusing thing, okay? And I think that so this is sort of an extension of the Shion Mion thing. I think I have kind of a good grasp on this dead body. This is like, if you actually want me to be serious, I think this is the thing I'm most confident about. Um, I don't know if I'll have it somewhere in here, but my general takeaway with this game. One second, I'm gonna take a drink of water. My general takeaway with this game is that it loves to meme with you about supernatural shit going on, when in reality, almost all of it is just the regular work of people and nothing more. And I think that's my takeaway. So every time we've seen like some weird supernatural shit happening, I think it's a lot more likely that there's just a natural explanation for it. So we'll continue here. So we have 3 instances of dead bodies walking or of doppelgangers. Number 1, Mion and Shion in Chapter 2, plus potentially in other chapters. Of course, we don't know. So the Mion that we've known could have been Shion this whole time. You know, like we don't. This is convenient in the sense that either of them could have been one or the other in a given situation. I think that Mion was likely responsible for the deaths in Chapter 2 and was the perpetrator for a majority of the murders. However, I have some doubt that it could have potentially been Shion. There's even the possibility that they worked together in tandem. However, I find this harder to believe. The one quote that sticks out to me was after Mion stabbed Keiichi in his driveway. At this time, we know Mion had already fallen down the well ladder and died. Mion stated she was going to kill Shion before she ran. This is when we were getting stun gunned. But clearly she didn't, as according to Oishi, Shion had killed herself the same night as Keiichi was stabbed. It could not have been Mion in the driveway, and since the man who gave Shion's alibi, spelled alibi wrong here, but who cares, was the only other person around, the details could be fudged easily, continued below. I am almost certain that the body under the bed who killed Keiichi was Shion. I have not ruled out the possibility that Shion had begun posing as Mion at some undisclosed point in time, and to get back at her sister, began killing all her friends and those close around her, as well as Keiichi, the guy she loved. This motive seems to make a lot more sense, a lot more than the omega lol, a demon is inside me, caused me to act evil. Then, she made her sister grovel in front of her at the end of Chapter 2. Now, this is the scene when you're in the cave, right? And Shion is, like, begging for Mion's, like, forgiveness and, you know, whatever. Fuck, I just remembered something, and I really wish I would have remembered it when I was writing this. I don't know which of the two is the older or younger sister, but if I knew that, then I could probably go back to that thing, because I know that Shion, when she's groveling, then says, like, my big sister or my little sister. I think it's big sister, she says. But if I actually knew what their thing was, that could be a good meme. But we'll continue. She made her sister grovel in front of her at the end of Chapter 2, probably for the fact that Mion got preferential treatment her whole life, and this was her form of revenge. She then did kill her before she left the cave, either throwing or pushing her down the ladder, meaning the body found was Mion, which again, this is another thing, I thought this was a good point I made, which could be identified by the massive tattoo that would be on her back. Then Shion went on the run. Because that's the thing, right? We know Mion has that big tattoo. And the other funny thing that also makes me think that it might be Shion when we went to go meet Mion that day, when we were like talking to her and letting everything bare, is Mion actually didn't show us her back then. So we have no proof that was her or not. It could have very well been Shion, you know? Regardless. The reason I believe this is due to the one quote that stuck in my mind. I finally killed everyone that I wanted to kill. I find it odd that Mion would kill Rika and Satoko, as well as her other friends. If anything, they would be the last people she would kill. It is very possible the demon theory is real, and that her in demon possession went and did this is just a tad fantastical of an explanation for my liking. Then she went to the room where she was staying. Now this is a continuation here. Again, disjointed writing. Shion went to her room where she was staying, made it seem like Mion had found her, causing a ruckus, and intended to commit suicide. I doubt Oishi's recounting of Shion. He never said they found a body or something, and I believe that the mangled body that was under the bed with fresh blood was Shion, having survived her fall, came to finish off Keiichi as she found out somehow that he didn't live. We don't know the events afterwards, because the chapter ended. So to give you my summary, I think the second half of this is more true, because I'm a shrimp. I think that Shion was posing as Mion during Chapter 2. This doesn't mean that Mion is not involved in the stuff from the prior years. It's very possible she could be. but that mass murder spree that happened in Chapter 2 was carried out by Shion as a revenge to Mion. So, that's that part of that. I feel pretty confident about that theory. We'll see. Part 2. So now these ones are kind of boring because like I feel like the info is obviously there somewhere, but I don't know it. This shit is just like, this is odd, you know? But Takano and question mark. We don't fucking know how Takano could have been present at the ritual storehouse or the setup, considering the time of her death. I think that there is likely some third variable that we don't know about, like a sister or something. All we know for certain is in Chapter 3, whoever we have been calling Takano likely killed Tomitake, and then later that night was strangled to death and burned. Now, I should put a caveat here. It's very possible that the person that killed Tomitake wasn't Takano, because if this sister theory is true, right, it could have been whoever her doppelganger is acting as Takano, and Takano was already dead all along, right? And then later that night was strangled to death and burned. I can't seem to put together much about Takano. She's just showed up so few times, and it's kind of hard to make much out of it. I don't want to pull a third variable meme, but something is going on. I'm really not sure how to put it together. So that I would say the most accurate thing I could say is that Takano might have a sister, or I wouldn't say a daughter. That doesn't really make sense because like the age gap wouldn't work. Maybe a mother somehow. Maybe her mom and her. I don't know. Like something's going on with her. Now this is the really confusing one. Is Keiichi, and I have a wild theory about this, and it's wrong, of course. But I have a feeling about this one, and I think I talk about this a little bit later. But 3, Keiichi and who knows? Again, no fucking clue what's going on. The biggest question here is who posed as Keiichi and why Teppei wasn't dead in Chapter 3. I go into like a demon meme here. I don't even know if I want to read this because I don't even know if I believe this, but my only explanation for this is Keiichi's demon and his regular form got severed from each other, and that the demon form experienced a delusion of killing Teppei, where the real human part of Keiichi went to the festival. Again, this is still too fantastical for my taste, and I'd be much more likely to expect that Keiichi is just fucked in the head. The only thing that makes me wonder is the line where he said that his senses didn't feel in alignment with his body. That's what makes me think this was a fantasy, or his senses going berserk in some way. Next one, Keiichi was certain, as he attacked Teppei, that it was him, so it's hard to find a way to explain the body disappearing and all the other shit other than Keiichi's senses failing him. Teppei and Satoko were never found missing in the post-credit for the Hinamizawa disaster in that chapter. And the last one, we still have the inconsistency of the game telling us that Keiichi died after the interview he had with the man in that thing in Chapter 3, yet that he was also somehow living out his days in peace according to the notes in the credits. A lot of info is running counter to each other, so it's impossible to make heads or tails of what's going on. My crazy theory for this, which I don't know if I can put this, I don't know if I have this further on, but I wouldn't be surprised if Satoshi wasn't dead. And if that was the case, they keep saying, which I think I address in the next thing, that actually I do have it in here. I'll read this part and then I'll elaborate. Keiichi and Satoshi are almost certainly not the same person. The way they act in the same way could very much be like how the killings are prophesized to occur in a certain order. Like Rika told us, this is the certain order, so this is another thing I think I talk about a little bit, but this is the order of the killings, right? The only thing that ever changes in the game is this part, the 1983 year. But we'll come back to that later. I still think Keiichi might be ordained to act in a certain way, even if he doesn't know it, like if it's a prophecy of some kind. Satoshi, very likely, was the delinquent that was captured and mysteriously died at another precinct, and the person caught in Hinamizawa was just some scum that served as the fall guy for him. I question if he isn't dead, however, and perhaps has been involved. Again, people who are dead seem not to be. It wouldn't really be all that unbelievable. So what I was going to say here is that perhaps Keiichi's doppelganger is Satoshi. I don't know how it would work, because they keep saying they're similar, but obviously they don't look the same, because people would know it. When I had that weird theory that Keiichi might have been Satoshi earlier on, if that was the case, like, people would fucking know. They would look the same, they'd look different, whatever. But if there's so much similarities, it's possible that Satoshi could pass for Keiichi, and Keiichi could pass for Satoshi. If I'm just trying to make it make sense, I'm trying to fit a fucking square peg into a round hole. But basically, I think it's very possible that Satoshi, if he is so similar to Keiichi as everybody says, could somehow be disguised to act as him, you know? I think it's kind of funny as well. I was thinking about this, that perhaps if we consider the first chapter and the fourth chapter, or was it the fourth? No, third chapter, sorry. The fourth and the third, I'm having a stroke again. The first and the third chapters seem to kind of follow the same, somewhat, outline of the story. It's the same thing with Keiichi going to the festival. I wonder if in chapter 1, if there's been like a switcheroo and that we weren't actually playing as Keiichi for that time at the festival in chapter 1. I don't think that's the case, but they talked about how the doppelganger did all the actions that we did during chapter 1 at the festival, right? So I question if perhaps we were playing from a different perspective. I wouldn't be surprised if we've been going through like perspective shifts over and over, you know? But here we go. So now these are some of the other last few mysteries. It's like the last few here. So the footsteps following Keiichi. They were present in chapter 1 and chapter 3 prominently. Now this is sort of a wide net here, which I think I say, but I think it's very likely the footsteps are Satoshi, Rika, Mion or Shion, again, swap theory, can't really say which one, or Rina. We literally have proof in the first chapter that at one point there was footsteps, right? But we'll continue here, because I think I cover that here, but it's a wide cast net. As I've said, I don't buy into the supernatural memes that are going around, even if there might be a backdrop or explanation to a more realistic possibility. I'll cover why it could be any of the people. So Satoshi quite straightforward. The game seems to implicate that the footsteps that Keiichi hears is Satoshi following him, aiding him in his goal to avenge him. Now this would be sort of funny if we found out that Satoshi wasn't dead, because then he wouldn't be avenging him. Could make sense. This is kind of a boring cut and dry theory, so fuck that. Rika, the only person who could potentially have the power required for all the coincidences that have happened in Chapter 3 to make sense, assuming she has the divine power. Again, kind of boring. Mion and Shion, since at any given time I can't fucking tell who's who, I wouldn't be surprised considering they seem to find their way around. I spelled it wrong there, but who cares. And Rina, the hook, line, and sinker, I think it is Rina just because of Chapter 1. The footsteps were present in Chapter 1, and all it ever turned out to be was Rina stalking Keiichi. As well, if you remember that time when he fucked up the shoe cupboard, he said that he felt the presence, and I might be smoking crack. I feel like he said that he thought the presence was like a girl. Maybe I'm crazy, but it seems silly. But Rina has taken a back seat in every chapter since the first, so I won't be surprised if her role is a little deeper than she lets on, and more on her with the character profiles, which will be down here. So I'm going to put a huge asterisk next to this bell ringing theory, okay? Because this could be a bunch of horse shit that ends up not actually meaning a goddamn thing at all, okay? This is literally just like, I'm throwing it to see if it sticks. The bell ringing could very well just be some stupid fucking audio meme that the game is doing, but it could actually be a cue for something, so, which I think I also cover it here. So, there are only 2 people. Fuck, I keep losing my cursor, holy shit, because of the... Okay. Or I guess technically 3 that could be related to the bell ringing, if it does have any significance at all, which I'm almost sure it does, but first we'll lay down some groundwork on it. So number 1, the bell is sometimes real in nature, okay? First of all, and sometimes metaphorical. The bell is not always being rang when we hear it. You could argue that it's never been rang at all, but we can't really say that for certain. But we do know for a fact, for 100% fact, that every time we've heard the bell, there's not literally a bell ringing. But can continue. I think that the bell is rang to signify something, although I'm not exactly sure what this could be. I have 3 theories to it. So the Rika and the Oyashiro theory. The bell rings whenever something related to Rika or Oyashiro, considering they might be the one and the same, which was brought up. This could be correct, but I think the next theory is far more sufficient. This one has some water that it might hold. It largely hinges on events in Chapter 4. The large event was... when we found her body dead in Chapter 4, or not Chapter 4, in Chapter 3. But, you know, Rika has, like, some weird, like, foresight. There's some weird shit going on with her, but... Number 2, we have Mion Shion Demon Touch theory. Now, the more likely in my head is the bell signifies the work of Mion or Shion. Again, we don't know the nature of the 2, whether or not they're both evil, or if it's one, or if neither of them, so, again, this theory could be total bullshit at the end. But the most obvious implication of this is the bell ringing sound effect in the game is apparently the bell that Mion used to keep in her clothes when she was at council meetings. We heard that in chapter 4 when they were giving us the flashbacks for that, right? We heard the exact same bell ringing, and they talked about how it was a bell that Mion kept in her clothes. The more solid idea in my head is that the bell ringing signifies that something has been demon touched, metaphorically or perhaps literally, and not only something that is related to demons, but to Oyashiro by extension. This theory is a long shot, and somewhat of a shot in the dark, but every time the bell has rang, we've either been talking about some large revelation, some info that has been related to Oyashiro in some way, or has been related to demons in some way, and by demons, I mean both demons in the literal sense of the Sonozaki clan, or more metaphorically, as in the demons which apparently reside within everyone that the game's been memeing about. I think if the bell ringing does have any significance, there are two cases that will be able to shine a light on its true nature. One, we heard the bell ring in the ritual storehouse. It was at this moment, it was very clearly intended to be the focus. Takano literally says, like, stop, can you hear it, right? And then it plays. And then number 2, the ringing when we found Rika's body disemboweled right before the disaster in chapter 3. Both are very isolated cases, but I think they hold some significance. Because, for instance, if my theory is true that it has something to do with Mion or Shion, right? Then it would make sense that, like, oh, if Mion or Shion killed Rika, we find her body, bell starts ringing. Both of these were very isolated cases. They hold some significance. I'd like to think that everything in the game to this point has been placed with intention. So I'm going to wager that the bell is not just a weird design choice, but likely means something. This theory, in a weird way, can also subsume the prior, so they might be more of one theory than two. The other sound we forgot. Now, this is a big thing. Okay, this bothers me. There's something to do with this. The other sound we forgot is the child jumping on the floorboards. We never really got a satisfying answer for this. I'm not sure if there's like a weird homage to Satoko being trapped in the ritual implement storehouse when she was younger, when they were talking about her. And then perhaps the whole curse and shit has been to get at her. I'm not sure, but it seems too significant to go without an answer. That child jumping on the floorboards is another thing that really bothers me. So, demon possession theory. So now the question arises about what the demon possession, as I've called it, really is. In the game, I know it's called transformations, but whatever. I don't think that these are supernatural in nature, at least necessarily. People may believe that they have demons within them, or are cursed on some level, but the transformations, to me, are just signs of extreme negative emotion bubbling up to the surface, perhaps even upon a killer instinct kicking in. The possession has been seen in Mion, Rina, Keiichi, again, we didn't, not visually, because we're Keiichi, the villagers of Hinamizawa, and in a not-so-similar way, Rika, because Rika had her weird, fucking I just flipped the switch moment or whatever. I'm not exactly sure what allows these people to reach this weird higher level of anger. Maybe it's something to do with Hinamizawa. However, Rina also had her outburst outside of Hinamizawa. We can't ascertain if she was like she has been in the game then. It's not possible for us to know. So Rina has this weird, halo-eyed form. It has never shown us anything higher. She seems to only do this when she's angry, okay? Keiichi apparently entered this form after his epiphany over what to do about Satoko's abuse. This is the big hint that I think that the possession is only caused by a heightened state of anger or sadness, potentially killer instinct rising to the surface, because that was when Keiichi was talking about, that he would kill this guy. In regards to Mion and the villagers, I think the belief they possess demon blood, and the fact they're all natives of Hinamizawa, allows them to reach a higher level than showing negative emotions of anger or sadness, which is shown in the red-eyed art that we've seen. This is something that only those with demon blood in their veins, or at least those who think they have demon blood in their veins, can reach. And perhaps a boring explanation, but I think that's all it amounts to. The killer instinct of the person undergoing the transformation bubbling to the surface. We'll see. I don't know. This could be much more supernatural in nature, but I don't think so. Okay, now, this is the character profiles section. We're getting towards the end of this. The character profiles here, I'm giving a suspicion level. A sus level, you might say. For all the characters and what their involvement in the mystery is. I guess specifically I should say, because it's sort of vague depending on what's going on, but obviously there's some deeper mystery going on. So their suspicion level is the odds, or my odds in my head, and ordered odds, I guess, of that person being somewhat responsible or involved. Okay, so first things first, we got the Keichster, the Keiichi Maebara. So 0 out of 10. Sort of silly. He's the main character, you know. He's been the victim more than the perpetrator in literally every case in the game. Even when he tried to kill someone, he didn't. If anything, Keiichi is being used like a pawn in somebody else's game. So Rina, giving her a 9 out of 10, okay? She's up there. Rina's one of the most suspicious characters in the game to me. The fact she seemed so evil in the first chapter, and then conveniently faded into the background in the later few chapters, is just something I don't buy. Considering she hasn't done much since the first chapter, there isn't really a whole ton that can stick when thrown. Oh my lord, I put thrown there. Oh lord, let's not. When thrown at her, she's quick to anger, oddly strong, insanely perceptive, and above all else, seems innocuous, and for that reason alone, I have a super high level of suspicion. So my reasoning is that she seems sort of not suspicious to the point where she becomes super suspicious. Chapter 1 is definitely... Like, all these chapters are sort of dedicated to each of the main characters in their own way. Like, Chapter 1 is definitely the Rina chapter. Chapter 2 is definitely the Mion chapter. Chapter 3 is Satoko. Chapter 4 is Rika, right? And Rina's kind of just disappeared since the first chapter. She actually... Chapter 1 is the only chapter where it felt like Rina was actively against Keiichi. Even in the other ones, even though she had her transformation, and even though she went kind of wild... It almost seemed like she was still on Keiichi's side in some of the later chapters. So she's kind of a wild card. I don't really know where to put her. I hope I get... I don't remember if I put down what my theory about Rina might be. But we'll continue. So, here we go. Mion, okay? Suspicion level 7 out of 10. This pained me to do, okay? I'm a massive shrimp, so it's an extremely biased scoring, because realistically, Mion is probably somewhere in the 9 out of 10 category. But I refuse to believe that Mion has much to do with the 5th year killings. Almost all the past killings could potentially be justified in some odd way, but the 5th year killings, like the guy from Forged in Fire, but the 5th year killings, no matter how you look at it, are pretty gruesome in all cases. And I just don't think she would do something like that. I'd like to believe her when she says that the Sonozaki family would never stoop to the level of killing someone. And after seeing what happened with Oryo and Toshiki Inukai, I don't necessarily doubt that. They might deal in underhanded ways, hell, they might even get others to do their dirty work, but I don't think they would ever dirty their own hands. And when I say Sonozakis, of course, I don't necessarily include Shion, which we'll see, because I don't think she views herself as a Sonozaki clan member, much like maybe Mion and the others do. So, Rika, she's a 5 out of 10. She definitely seems to be one of the good ones. It's hard to say for certain that she might literally be Oishiro if that's the whole meme. But she's been nice to Keiichi in pretty much every timeline. The biggest question, however, is what her involvement is in the Chapter 2 stuff with Tomitake, especially considering the syringe with an unknown drug that was found on her body at the end. I don't think she's the incarnation of Oyashiro, although her and others may believe it. I don't know if I get to this, but my thinking with that syringe is that it was likely planted on Rika as a distraction. Again, if we're going with the whole Shion theory, would not surprise me at all if Shion did that, you know? So, Satoko. At a glance, I think Satoko is probably the only purely innocent party here next to Keiichi. I genuinely can't think of a way she's involved. She's an asshole. She's probably my least favorite of the main cast. But she's been pretty much clean for every chapter, and bar some big revelation, I don't think that's going to change. Yeah. I don't really like Satoko, but she doesn't really seem to have done anything. Okay, now we get to Miss Shion Sonozaki, who is my only 11 out of 10. I don't really have a lot to write here because, of course, I wrote a lot about her already, but she is my number one suspect, okay? Given the events of Chapter 2 and what I think went on with her, I'm not going to be surprised at all if Shion is literally behind all this, or she has a mega role. She's one of the big people, okay? We got Oishi, Bro-ishi, okay? As I've said many times, I think Oishi is the embodiment of a chaotic good alignment. He has underhanded methods and weird ways of doing stuff, but at the end, I think he's still on the side of truth and justice, okay? Chapter 1, like, Oishi has been Bro-ishi in a few chapters, specifically 1 and 4. 2 and 3 is kind of an asshole, but, maybe he just cares about his job, So Dr. Irie, okay, so this guy's a weird one, right? This guy just strikes me as weird, man. Like something is too good to be true about this dude. I have a really big overarching theory about what's going on, and I think this dude could also be at the center of it. It's always the ones you least expect, and this guy is a bona fide weirdo. Amen, brother. Satoshi. So, I have a question mark here. Okay, let's presume that Satoshi is alive. If Satoshi is alive, he's getting like a 10 out of 10 suspicion. If he's not, then case closed. But, so I have him at a question mark because I don't know if he's fucking alive. So I don't know if Satoshi's still kicking. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think he is. He definitely killed his aunt, so I can't rule out any more wrongdoing he might be involved with. For the time being, can't really say much, so I don't even know if this dude is still walking around. I gave a little bit more theory that I think he could be living and posing as Keiichi. We'll see. We got Takano, okay? Actually, I lied. So Takano shouldn't be an 11. She should be a 10, because she's not my leading, but she's up there. This girl is also way too fucking suspicious, bar the fact that she basically admitted to killing Tomitake in Chapter 3. Again, might not have been her, asterisk. Could have been her weird doppelganger or whatever. But whoever was there did admit to it. I can't believe that she doesn't have something more to do with this. In each chapter, she just seems to be someone who can't keep her nose out of trouble. I think she could be a big player in this. And Tomitake. So we know that Tomitake is using an alias based on the end of Chapter 3, so don't know, but he's got a 7 out of 10 suspicion, because I think it's going to sound bad, but like, none of the people in the game so far have been killed for no reason, so I think there's more to Tomitake than we know so far. Honestly, Tomitake, again like Dr. Irie, seems so innocuous and innocent, there'd be no reason to doubt him. But something about the guy rubs me the wrong way the more that I see him. I think he's a great guy, but there has to be some reason why him and Takano are turning up dead in each timeline, so I did put it here. This doesn't happen for no reason. My running theory is that Tomitake, like Rika said, has some parallels to Akasaka, and I would not be surprised one motherfucking bit if he was an undercover cop this whole time. So the summary here, okay? Now these, we'll read the questions next will be good, but the summary, leaving out the finer details, I have one takeaway here. There's probably info, not known, or that is like, you'd have to do omega deductive reasoning, and it's probably really hard to catch. That makes all of this much more clear. At the end of the day, I think there is absolutely a far-reaching conspiracy going on, and I don't think the murders or killings can be pointed to just one person. I think this shit runs deep. Lord knows how many people could be in on it. I don't think there's anything supernatural happening. People may be committing murders or shit under supernatural pretenses, or that could just be an easy cover story if they know people will believe it. Most everything in the game so far that has initially been explained or hand-waved as being supernatural later ended up being just the work of people, with some fantastical icing thrown on top to make it sound like it was some crazy shit. Rika's foresight may be the only exception to this, which is that, I don't really know how she knew that, but never known, maybe she's in Groundhog Day or something. However, to give an example of a supernatural thing that would at a glance seem to be true, but on deeper inspection is bullshit, would have to be the thing about Rika being Oyashiro, and that her death would coincide with the death of the village. Not only do we have proof of no such thing happening in Chapter 2, when Rika did turn up dead, she was dead for a while, yet it mysteriously happened in the later 2 chapters. But on top of that, Akasaka and Oishi posit a very plausible theory that there's an extremist sect of religious people in Hinamizawa who could have some device installed that could alter the pressure in Onigafuchi at any given moment, causing a mass death of everyone in the village. It seems far-fetched, but anything is less far-fetched than a literal deity walking the streets. Okay? Now this is the footnotes here. There are a few extremely large questions I will list that I think when answered will basically bust the entire thing wide open. While I know I don't have the entire story correct, I'm hoping that I've at least been right on some major points, so here's the following. Number 1, who the fuck is the director? Okay? This single point has bothered me for a really long time, and given that the director and doctor were put so close together in the conversation in Chapter 1, this is where my high suspicion of Irie comes from, as well as my high suspicion on Rina. If there is a grand conspiracy going on, I wouldn't be surprised to find a director behind the scenes pulling the strings. At the very least, we can think that this person is not Mion or Rina given Chapter 1 events, because, they were saying, the director, but they weren't responsible. I think this point will lead us to figuring out the underbelly of the village, and there's been a deep conspiracy being weaved around us, likely due to some religious sect. Okay. Number 2, the Mion and Shion dilemma. This was already explained a lot and talked about by me, so I won't go too far into it, but this could implicate one or both of the Sonozaki twins, as well as further involving them in the conspiracy listed in point 1. We'll see. Number 3, the doppelgangers. I think I have a good grasp on this, given the whole Mion-Shion thing, but I want to know what's up with Takano and Keiichi's doppelgangers. Is it a fractured part of them, like I posited way before? Is it their demon form walking separate from their human form, or is there literally just people posing as them? If it's a conspiracy, not too surprising. Number 4 is significance of the bell ringing, and especially this, and what the child jumping on the floorboards was. Self-explanatory. Number 5, the truth of Satoshi and his disappearance. Again, could pull the veil back on a lot, like why the village made such an obvious cover-up of this mysterious killing, disappearance, potential death. And this is the other thing right here. Why the fated order and events differ. So, according to Rika in Chapter 4, the events should go like this. Construction foreman dies, perpetrator goes missing. Satoko's parents die. Rika's parents die. Satoko and Satoshi's stepaunt dies. Satoshi goes missing. And Rika dies. However, we know that, at least to my knowledge, the 5th year murders drastically change from chapter to chapter, and in some, Rika doesn't even die, although I think this is only chapter 1. Why Toмотaki and Takano always die without fail, or why do, even though Rika has never mentioned them. And remember, it's not like she doesn't know, because one of the first things she says in chapter 4 when Akasaka shows up is Toмотaki MK2 or something, right? So, if she does have foresight, she knows who he is, right? Are they all involved, and only a few show at any given time? Impossible. Alright, so I skipped a line here. Similarly, what's up with Keiichi apparently acting the same as Satoshi in 2 different chapters, yet the actions of both chapters being totally different? Why do the perpetrators change? Are they all involved, and only a few show at any given chapter? Impossible to discern. And number 7, we're to the end of the document. Remaining inconsistencies. Probably too many to mention. But little things, like why Keiichi apparently dying in Chapter 3 after his interview, or like him dying in Chapter 3 after his interview, then the end credits saying that he's living out his days in peace. Are there 2 Keiichis? How does Teppei live and yet is murdered by Keiichi? What is Rika's role in Tomotake's death? Blah, 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 blah. She had the syringe on her. Are the 3 families secretly warring? There's too much stuff going on to remember. And the takeaway, okay? Likely large conspiracy. I doubt there is much, if anything, supernatural going on. I suspect Mio, Shion especially, Rina, and Irie the highest. Although, if that many of them are in on it, I guess most of them are. I think this is likely being caused by people out of our knowledge that are using everyone in the game as pawns, and the people in the game have roped me into a fucking Truman Show copy. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay. So here we go. I question whether I should even take notes at this point, because it's an answer arc. I don't know if it really makes much sense, but I'll do it anyways, I guess. Okay. We're all caught up to speed. We know what's going on. Let me hide this. Ugh. I didn't do the config here. One sec. I can turn the game sound back up. Okay. Let's go. Ooh. Beloved Cutthroat. The eye-opening chapter. Welcome to the world of Higurashi when they cry Kai. We've finally reached the halfway point. From the viewpoint of the protagonist, try to find the truth behind the tragedy that unfolds. The difficulty is very high. It won't be easy to comprehend the motive of the perpetrator. Funny thing here, though, it says perpetrator, not perpetrators. Okay, folks, get your snackies. We're starting. This arc includes choices that were added in the console version. They result in dialogue changes. Honestly, we'll just do this, because I did it last time and it's kind of pointless, but whatever. She dropped her beads in the sand, so the girl cried. For 100 years, the girl searched the sands. They might be in the ocean, not the sand, so the girl cried. For 100 years, the girl searched the ocean. They might be in the mountains, not the ocean. Fuck, I didn't get that. So the girl cried. How many years will pass before the girl wonders if she really dropped them? I read it on my other monitor. This is why you have the... Woo! I am excited for this. You don't know how long I've been waiting to fucking play the answer arcs. I've been cucked every day of doing my exams fucking prep. And it's finally here. It's finally here. Holy shit. Okay. Let me move my OBS so I can see if I drop frames or anything. Let's go. 7 keys were attached to the keychain. Without knowing which key was the correct one, I had to go by instinct and try every key, one by one. On average, I'd reach the correct key within 3.5 attempts. It's assuming each key has an equal whatever. I'd be fortunate if I could open the lock within the first 3 keys, and I'd be unfortunate if I didn't. I had to think of the worst case scenario, getting the right key only on the very last attempt. I fought with my nervousness. My head ached from it. I put the key in and turned it. I just needed to repeat that small procedure several more times, but I couldn't stop shaking. Damn. Even a 3-year-old kid can do something this easy. So, am I more childish than a 3-year-old? Whatever. I don't care if I'm clumsy. Also, I'm going to put that note down that the intro scene, or the intro card, I should say, said that there was... that you can't see this, of course. It would be hard to understand the motive of the, air quote, perpetrator. Not perpetrators. Okay, sorry. Sure, you're used to it at this point from me taking notes. Whatever. I don't care if I'm clumsy. I just need to try all these keys. Even in the worst case scenario, the lock will open on the 7th try. You fucking bitch. You better not. I don't want to be involved with this lady. No way. Reality isn't always the same as math. What happened was worse than my worst case scenario. None of the keys worked at all. I could feel the blood draining from my brain. Did I get the wrong set of keys? No. I definitely see a faint marking that says this set is for this door. Am I just reading it wrong? Should I go back to the key cabinet to look for the right one? That'd mean a great loss of time. Just by being here, I'm already risking so much. Something that could ruin everything might happen at any moment. If I can't open this lock, do I have to go back to the administration office? If there were no other choice, it'd be a waste of time to spend another second here. The administration office wouldn't necessarily be empty at this time. Somebody might come in. I won't be able to look for the right key if that happens. I stood up quickly, as if electrified. I was almost in a panic, and so felt the urge to move. My instinct pushed me. I have to go back there as quickly as possible. It's dangerous to be here, and it's also dangerous if someone comes into the administration office. I cooled my head, making it as chilly as possible to repress my fear. Cooler heads prevail, they say. Calm down, Shion. Mion wouldn't panic in this situation. Maybe I'm just mistaken. Why don't I try the keys one more time? The next moment, I felt a faint vibration in the air. Somebody was walking somewhere in the hallway. If it were a normal situation, I would have known I wouldn't run into them, since the footsteps were very far away. But at the time, I couldn't think calmly. Ah, shit. Why am I panicking this much? Just because of footsteps. I just had a stroke. Why am I panicking this much? Just because of footsteps. Calm down, calm down. I should be feeling excited instead. Calm down, calm down. I just need to do what I have to do. I should ignore the footsteps because they're not an immediate threat. Pretend they aren't there. I have to listen for something much more important right now. Shit! This key should be hard and cold, but it's pliable and hot. It feels like rubber. How could I stick this into the keyhole? Shit. It wasn't the key that was pliable. It's my fingers that were limp. The key sprung out of my hand and fell onto the floor. It shouldn't have made any sound because it was so pliable, but it made a tremendous metal noise as if somebody pushed over a cupboard. Cling! The sound almost stopped my heart. I felt dizzy for a while. I looked around afterwards to carefully see if I caused any disturbance to the surroundings. Calm down, calm down. Nothing's changed. I don't hear anything. So am I safe? It's the bell ringing. Uncle W. Wait, I don't hear anything. What about those footsteps in the distance? Are they looking for me after they notice the sound? Ah, shit. What is that sound I'm hearing? Is it my sweat dripping on the floor? Shut up. How could I hear the sound of my sweat? Calm down. Calm the fuck down. I have to clarify. This isn't a prison or a detention center. It's a private school. Not a normal one, though. It costs a fortune just to get in. It's a boarding school that provides education from elementary school to university. Being for girls only, rather than a school, you could say it's a factory that manufactures ladies. Some of my classmates here have never even used public transportation. Really, it isn't normal. To me, saying, "How nice to see you," instead of just "hi," is already insane. And calling the teachers sisters gives me the creeps as James Charles. I hate the morning and evening prayers, to say nothing of the Sunday Mass. I don't want to memorize the Bible passages, and the Holy Ghost gives me a rash. If I stayed in this institution, that's what I called the place, for many years, I'd either go crazy or be brainwashed. Most of the girls chose to be brainwashed, but I can't do that. After all, I was more impressed by the political schemes and international trade behind religious propagation than by the love of God, which the Bible teaches, man. I bet you there were some Westerners that were fucking Pepe Malding reading this. Because of that, I've been treated as a problematic child from the beginning. I experienced lots of disadvantages as a result. I realized that quickly, so I superficially pretended to be normal. However, I got tired of acting, so I started to reveal my true self from time to time. I became a problematic child once again. People started to treat me differently once again. It's fun to misbehave, but it wouldn't do anything for me in the long run. So why did I act that way? Why, even though I knew it was going to backfire on me later on? After examining my emotions, I realized that I'd completely had it with my surroundings. I was afraid of being brainwashed in this institution. I can't live here. I won't let them brainwash me. 6 months ago, I decided to escape this place. The moment I made up my mind, I started to feel alive again. I acted ladylike in order to deceive the sisters. Okay, we got a little bit of a deceiver here. Pretending became fun once I'd set my goal. It gave me the creeps when they told me with smiles that it was God's influence that I started to behave religiously. I laughed at them behind their backs. I took on my classmates' duties in order to understand the layout of the school and the schedule of the staff and guards. I soon found out that the security of the school was immensely tight because there were many daughters of important people living here. The guards walked their beat randomly. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. The system that kept out intruders, ironically, also worked to prevent escapees. But that excited me instead. I simulated how to avoid all the surveillance in my head many times. I drew an escape route in the corner of my notes during class and tested if it worked. I strove to acquire any necessary skills for the escape. It was all fun. After all, the situation was cathartic for me. It's who I am. No matter how hard they tried to brainwash me, I'd never change. I'd been waiting for the moment of my escape, preparing physically and mentally. First, I needed the courage to escape. I had to be confident of the plan. I had to think deeply about it. I also needed skills and physical strength. I imagined all the possible obstacles and trained myself. It was funny because I was finally able to enjoy gym classes, even the long-distance runs. I needed a perfect plan, as well as the physical strength and skill necessary to execute it. Also, supported by those things, I needed determination. I made sure that I had all I needed and executed the plan. I decided to plant a seed in school before the appointed day. The seed was a rumor that one of the male teachers was having a relationship with a student. I won't go into the details now, but that can turn into an enormous problem in this school. The school is limited to girls precisely because their parents want to avoid those kind of problems. Those parents are mostly important people from various positions. If the romance was a fact and was leaked to the public, the principal would have to commit suicide in shame. In fact, even that might not be enough. In the world of girls, rumors spread fast, especially when they're separated from boys and are obsessed with dirty thoughts. So this kind of rumor goes around very quickly. The sisters try to get rid of that kind of rumor, and they warn the students not to be swayed by it. But apparently, they're the ones who are most swayed by these rumors. This means that I managed to make them furtively deal with something shady without contacting families or the authorities. So if I disappeared in these circumstances, it looked like I ran away with some teacher. All the male teachers would deny it, of course. However, the school wouldn't believe what they said so easily. After all, there's a dirty rumor going around. By the time the school finds out about my escape, after they eliminate all the other possibilities, I'll be somewhere safe. I tried hard to spread the rumor that I was involved in the forbidden romance as widely as possible. The sisters questioned me a few times, but since the romance was something I'd made up, they couldn't find anything. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any evidence. After 3 months, I was certain that I created a solid foundation. I swapped after-dinner duties with my classmates so that I could adjust my schedule on this day. I was even able to fill them with suspicion about me by doing that. Now they'll definitely suspect I ran away with some male teacher. Tonight was the night. I began my chores after dinner. After lights out, somebody will find out about my disappearance. My generous roommate would probably wait about 10 minutes before she reported me to a sister, but no longer than that. I had about an hour tops, but that's enough for me. I took a step off my regular route. That was the first step towards my great escape. I calmed down and thought, the key shouldn't be wrong. This lock is old and firm. Isn't it possible that I put the right one in, but the lock was just stiff, and I only thought I got the wrong one? I realized that my nervousness was making me clumsy. The gloves that I'm wearing to avoid leaving fingerprints must be getting in the way, too. I should try the keys one more time. I picked the most probable one, and gently inserted it into the keyhole. It's stiff. If I twist it too strongly, I might break the key. The moment I thought of giving up, I felt something in my fingertips. The key worked! I slowly opened the door. I could hear the crickets. I don't have to hesitate now. But somehow I'm reluctant to step outside. I can still make excuses up to this point. It might look awkward, but I still can. But if I take a step outside now, there can be no excuse. If the guards find me, they'll take me to the office immediately. There have been escape attempts before. That's not really so strange. I don't think I'm the only heathen here. It's understandable that there have been people who couldn't fit in this place. So the school is well aware of the possibility of escapees. I've heard rumors about what happened to those who were caught while attempting to escape. I don't want to believe any of those stories, though. You see, all the school's horror stories involve students who attempted escapes. Whatever, bring it on. Not expecting to get a second chance, anyway. There'll always be only one chance. Things get serious beyond this door. I psyched myself up and pushed the door open. A strong smell was hanging in the air. Is that normal for the outside? I'd never smelled this strong, grassy smell before. Is there something going on? Do I have to be wary of it? Should I go back and wait for another chance? That's silly. There's nothing strange going on. This smell is something I smell every day. I just wasn't aware of it. It's true, isn't it? Even though I pretend to be cool, I'm nothing but a nervous wreck. Calm down, Shion. I can rely only on the map inside my head from this point on. I researched the locations of all the surveillance cameras. I'm confident I'll be able to avoid all of them. But I'm not sure about the guards. They pick their patrol routes randomly after all. I have to take a chance. I can hide myself in most places, but there's an area where there's nowhere to hide for several meters. I concentrated to keep my senses keen. Well, I have to depend on my luck in the end. Even if I do my best, the guard might find me by mere chance. On the contrary, I might be able to get away no matter how unwisely I choose to move if I'm lucky. Damn, after all that effort, it just boils down to luck. This is a gamble after all. When I realized that, I got excited. Yeah, this is a gamble. I'm trying my luck. This is a game to test the determination to change my life. If somebody failed to escape from this school, that meant they didn't have enough luck to survive in the real world. But I'm different. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm testing my luck. Here goes Shion. I ignored the noisy bugs and concentrated only on suspicious sounds. I heard no threats. The loudest sound wasn't the bugs, it was my own heartbeat. Crunch. Even my own footsteps were so loud they could break my eardrums. With each and every step, my overactive imagination tormented me with premonitions of unexpected run-ins with guards. Countless times that torture grew too hard to bear, and I thought of running. But if I broke into a run, the noise I made would only draw suspicion. If anyone heard running at a time and place where people shouldn't be, they would realize something abnormal was happening. But if the footsteps they heard were just walking, then they'd likely think nothing of it. Of course, I don't plan on even letting them hear those footsteps. I tried to extend my senses, to get as much information as possible. I didn't sense anyone's presence. I might have felt safer if I heard a guard in the distance. I'm worried that my senses might not be keen enough to detect anything. Somebody might be right behind me without me being aware of it. I don't want to make any noise, so I stopped from time to time. It's like I'm constantly fidgeting. To stop or to run, something within urged me to choose from either one. I can't choose to stop. I have to keep going quickly and stealthily. I'm already risking so much just by being here. Running, of course, would be absurd. I know that. The urge to run continued to bug me. My head was filled with those thoughts as I went through this dangerous territory. I succeeded in passing through without running into anybody. I couldn't help but sit for a moment and exhale the rotten air from my lungs. My negative thoughts vanished quickly. Just a little more to go. Just a little more. Just through that bush over there is the fence that separates this place and the outside world. Once again, I strongly felt the urge to run. I suppressed that desire and carefully tackled the final step. I'll wait till the music stops. The beautiful looking fence didn't seem designed to prevent escapes. While I was worried that somebody might see me climbing up the fence, it fortunately didn't happen. It's even possible that this fence might have a touch sensor. It's too late now. It doesn't mean anything now since I'm already climbing up. From the top, the fence seemed about 7 feet high. I'll have to go down carefully, just like when I climbed up. I don't want to be rude, but 7 feet? Just jump down. You're not going to hurt yourself. Unless you're 80. I knew that logically, but I couldn't think that way anymore. I chose to jump off with no hesitation. Of course, I regretted my decision during the fall. I got scared because the flight was longer than I expected. I didn't land beautifully. I fell onto my butt. But there was nobody around to laugh, and I didn't have time to be embarrassed. I looked around to see if anybody heard my landing. Even the crickets weren't interested in the sound I made. I felt relieved. I looked at my watch. 5 minutes till 8 p.m. It was just a 15-minute escape. Putting a number to it really made it obvious how short it had been. Looking back, most of the time I was just asking myself questions and hesitating. I guess I worried too much. But I can't be too relaxed just yet. There's no guarantee that I fooled all the cameras. This place isn't a bank. There won't be a fire alarm going off even if the guards did see me. It's possible they're rushing this way right now. I can't enjoy the air of freedom yet. I hid myself in the darkness and waited. There's still time left until the rendezvous. What I was going to say was I wondered if this is why Mion was surprised to see Shion, but now in hindsight I think that doesn't really make much sense because there was a ton of people who saw Shion and weren't ever really surprised by her appearance. So this must be some amount of time between this. I watched the school premises while waiting, but it looked like nothing strange was going on. The building was lit up, and the beautiful Western-style architecture made it hard to believe that it was a school. It could be armed with electrifying wires, searchlights, and guard dogs like the prison it is, or it should be. I thought I'd experience a surge of school memories in a situation like this, but it didn't happen. That sort of thing only happens when you have good memories. I have no good memories of this school, so there's nothing to remember. But even if I could pick a series of images to recall, it'd be the luxurious dinners we had every night. So my memories would be nothing but international cuisine. Japanese, Chinese, French, and so on. Which is international. If you're Japanese, that wouldn't really be international cuisine. That would be national cuisine, so what the hell? It's just too funny. I burst into laughter. At this point, I heard a car approaching. I crouched in the darkness. The plate number is the same as I was expecting. That's the car. I jumped out and rushed to the passenger side, then opened the door and got in. Nice to see you, Shion. The driver was a man of early old age. He'd be angry if he heard me say that, though. He still thinks he's middle-aged. He looked at my face and learned that I succeeded. He smiled. Ah, the air feels so fresh. I want to eat a burger for a start. I heard they serve excellent food in the school, but I suppose you were served nothing but gruel, huh? No way, dumbass. I was just kidding. Step on the gas if you have time to laugh at me. As you wish. So I'm guessing this is like maybe some guy from the Sonozaki house? Kasai really did laugh out loud. After telling me to buckle up, he accelerated. The cathedral-like school disappeared from the mirror in an instant. It disappeared so quick that I didn't have time for a surge of dinner memories. Goodbye, my lovely school days. I'm gonna fill my stomach with junk food from now on. I'll forever be free from the table manners you taught me. Serves you right. As we drove, the scenery began to change. Soon, we were surrounded by vast fields of crops and a few streetlights. It reminded me that this was just the countryside of Japan, not Europe, so she is in Japan, so weird that she said international cuisine. But, are you hungry? Would you like me to stop somewhere to eat? That's okay, I already ate. I lied. I'm actually a bit hungry. I didn't eat much at dinner to avoid slowing myself down with a full stomach. I accepted Kasai's offer. Or I appreciated Kasai's offer. But I didn't feel like taking the time to eat while we were still in enemy territory. It's late, so you'll find only vending machines at the highway rest stops. Oh, I've heard there are hamburger and Odin vending machines nowadays. Huh? What the hell? Will that dispense a cup and the ingredients like a coffee vending machine? That's gross. I don't think it's like that. It usually comes in a can. Sorry, I can't stand canned food. Still? I thought you might have grown out of it. I haven't, because I can't. Shut up. Why are you laughing? Kasai chuckled. He must have been trying to help me relax. He isn't usually so talkative. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna get some sleep. How do I recline this? Look for the lever on the lower left part of the seat. Can you find it? Oh, here it is. Here I go. Kasai laughed again. Did I do something funny? No, it's just that the way you talked sounded like Mion. Well, obviously, Mion and I are identical twins. We're perfect copies of each other. When I react to something, so will Mion. When Mion reacts to something in a certain situation, I'll react the same way. How's Sis? I believe she's fine. I only see her when I bring your father to the family council, so this is a Yakuza guy. That's right, she doesn't live in our parents' home anymore. She's living with Grandma in Hinamizawa now, isn't she? She moved into the main house around the same time you started going to that school. Huh. It's also weird why Shion says that they act in the same way. They're totally not the same at all. I responded with disinterest, even though I was the one to ask about her in the first place. The main house is where Oryo, the current leader of the Sonozaki family, lives. That's my grandma, who I call a hag. When we use the phrase, the main house, that usually means more than just a dwelling. What Kasai refers to is the same thing. Did she change? You mean Mion? Yeah. I think she has to have changed if she's living so close to Grandma. Kasai chuckled yet again. He knows I hate my grandma. I haven't noticed any changes. She's still the Mion you know. What about me? Did I change? No, not at all. Kasai responded quickly with a smirk. I haven't seen him for a while, though. It's not fun if he answers this quickly. I glared at him, and then he burst out laughing. You haven't changed at all. That's admirable, since you've been in such a strict school for so long. Damn it. Laugh as much as you want. I'm going to sleep. There's a blanket in the back. Please make use of it. Thanks. Okay, one sec. I'm going to write something down here. Sorry, one sec. And then... Okay. I grabbed a blanket and rolled up in it. I'm exhausted, but I can't go to sleep. It's strange. Or maybe not. I must be tired from the escape. It's just that I'm still feeling tense. So I have to declare it once again, if only to calm myself. I'm sleeping. I totally am. Alright, it's the third time you said that. Do I have to give you permission to sleep? You're talking too much. I can't go to sleep if you don't quiet down. I apologize, princess. I'll keep it quiet now. This interaction with Kasai reminded me of the old peaceful days in Okinomiya. Well, I don't really know if I can call those days peaceful. We were in the middle of the damn protest back then, after all. We all united together, and now that I think about it, we pulled a lot of pretty dangerous stunts. Okay, boom, this is good info here. Okay. If the authorities ever find out what I did, I'd never escape going to juvie. Well, at least half the people in Hinamizawa would be off to prison. We didn't think of them as criminal acts, though. It was a war. It might have also been a festival where every person in Hinamizawa joined together in protest. It was a struggle, but it was also fun. It was fun to throw stones at the riot police with everybody. We hid ourselves in somebody's home when they chased after us. We'd even go crowd around the police station, demanding the release of our arrested comrades. When we snuck into the construction site and sabotaged it, it felt more like we were playing at war than conducting one. That's a weird sentence. It felt more like we were playing at war than conducting one. I got so excited back then. I felt united with my fellow members, even though they were strangers to me, and that memory warms my heart. Yeah, the way it felt back then was like helping everyone to carry a sacred palanquin through the village. I don't know how you say that word. 1 second.
Palanquin.
Palanquin. There you go. Through the village, getting all sweaty and exhausted together. Until we all collapsed face first on the ground and shared our excitement and cheers with unfamiliar faces over tea. I was just a kid back then. I remember accompanying young men who worked for my dad out to the village to do various bad things. I was arrested a few times. Didn't feel any different, though, than when I was called to the teacher's office for forgetting my homework. The other villagers were furious about the dam project, but for those of us who were kids at the time, it's a pretty fun memory. All that came to a sudden end a few years ago. It wasn't only the power of the protest that ended the dam construction project. The Sonozaki family and my dad's organization had worked secretly in the shadows. This is top secret information in the Sonozaki family, but it's said they may or may not have kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to blackmail him. The grandson was found a few days after the abduction. He was found in the mountains of Higurashi. He didn't simply disappear, and he wasn't demoned away. That means some kind of deal was made secretly. A year after that, the dam construction plan was halted indefinitely. The police suspected the villagers' involvement and investigated, but they couldn't find any leads. The villagers never betrayed one another. They'd do anything to protect their fellow man. They fabricated fake alibis and fake evidence. It was easy to deceive the police. Boom. The car suddenly shook, snapping me out of it. It must have run over a bump or something. I suddenly realized my expression was a very happy one for some reason. I must be looking forward to going home. Shion, are you awake? What is it? Would you like me to take you to the house in Okinomiya? Where else would you be taking me? I answered straightforwardly with a frown. Kasai, then, also chose to reply straightforwardly. It was the family head who decided on your enrollment in St. Lucia, and you ran away from there. You do understand the situation you're in. The school Grandma chose didn't fit me, that's all. Shion, I know, shut up. As the head of the Sonozaki family, the Hag's decisions are absolute. They're nothing like, say, the 3-second rule. Worse, the decision to confine me to an academy far away from the Sonozaki family was made before I was even born. Shion was the name they gave me. My sister Mion has a character that means demon in her name. That was to signify that she's the successor of demons. Okay, 1 second, let me, In other words, she would be the successor to the Sonozaki family and its demonic bloodline. My name, Shion, has a character that means temple in it. This means that I was destined to take the veil and be confined in a temple. Thinking of that reminds me of how much I hate this name of mine. For starters, the person known as Shion is an abominable being to the Sonozaki family, because it meant the family had 2 hairs. I don't have to cite the countless historical examples to explain. It's easy to imagine how that could prove troublesome for succession. According to our long-held family traditions, one of the twins was to be strangled to death right after birth. Unbelievable, isn't it? What that means is that I have to be grateful just to be alive and breathing to this day. I heard the hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I was born. I don't know what exchange took place in that moment. Maybe some brave relative of mine managed to get her to stop. Or maybe she was in an extremely good mood that day. Then don't try to strangle me. We're twins. There are no apparent differences between us. But the first one out of my mom's stomach was named Mion, and the second one drew the short straw and got named Shion. Everyone else was desperate to tell us apart, but we sisters just found that awfully ridiculous. There wasn't any difference between us. No one could tell us apart, even if we only swapped hats. Okay, so this is important. Okay. Just thinking here for a second. Oops. We wondered why all the grown-ups were trying to see the differences. Well, our fun as twins didn't last forever. One day they created an undeniable, clear distinction between Mion and Shion. Mion went to the main Sonozaki house to live with the hag and to learn how to become the successor, and I was to be confined at St. Lucia's. I have no objection to Sis's inheritance. I used to be jealous, and now I feel that having to learn about and follow the traditions would just make me tired. I even feel sorry for Mion. So I'm not going to be a threat to the family even if I'm back in Okinomiya. But the hag doesn't seem to think that way. She thinks of me as some kind of evil omen. That's why she wanted to keep me away from her. It doesn't matter to me. I don't want to see her face either. I don't care if she doesn't allow me to enter Hinamizawa. She can charge me 10,000 yen per step I take there. But I want her to let me live in Okinomiya where I grew up. When I was little, I was in Hinamizawa, but I don't remember it much. And I'm not very attached to it. I do have good memories of my elementary school days in Okinomiya. The town isn't very sophisticated, but I kind of like it there. If you go back to Okinomiya, somebody from the family will notice you, and then they'll report you to the main house. Are you worried Grandma will hear about me? That might be a problem. I hope you understand the situation. What, Kasai? Are you telling me to go back to that awful place? No, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is, you want to know whether I'm prepared or not. I just hope you understand what might happen. Well, I know what you mean. You'll be held responsible for helping me escape if things go bad, right? You should caress your pinky finger while you can, Kasai, before they take it away from you. You should look forward to being rolled up in a futon mat and thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp in that case. Maybe they'll send you to the torture room in the garden. I heard there's a big torture room in the main Sonozaki house. I've never seen it, though. I heard they used to torture and kill the enemies of the village in there. It's just awful, really. I hope I don't end up as a victim of that place. Okay. Everything's gonna be alright. Okay, one sec, dude. This music in the game is too loud. Everything's gonna be alright. You really resemble your mother. And the way you take chances, I mean, now it feels like it's too quiet. That's normal. She's my mom. My dad and mom will be furious if they find out about my escape. I'm more afraid of them than of that hag. I don't want to go into details, but my dad is part of the Yakuza. He's in charge of the organization, which covers the Shishibone area. He's in a very important position. So is Kasai here. He's an old friend of Dad who really trusts him. I don't know if this is true, but I heard Kasai used to be very aggressive, though he's gentle now. I also heard he has tons of scars. He was in charge of a few large areas, but after he was injured badly in a fight, he retired. Now he's my dad's consultant, aka a drinking buddy. He was my caretaker in my childhood, and now I feel like he's my butler. At first, I thought my dad asked him to supervise me, so I hated him. But in time, I started to feel like he was on my side. This is just a hunch. But I think Kasai used to be in love with my mom. My dad, mom, and Kasai were in a love triangle. Though my dad took the lead in the end. Kasai couldn't leave my mom entirely, so he stayed around as my dad's friend. Sort of a weird champ. I can tell that, from the way he acts. He's seeing my mom and me. That's why he says I look like my mom every now and then. It kinda gave me the creeps at first, but he isn't a bad guy at all. Yeah, whatever you say. He's actually pretty funny. I only found that out after I got used to him. So when I thought about escaping, I naturally turned to him. I contacted him in an early stage of my plan and arranged to meet him today. You could call him a conspirator. It's not surprising he's worried about my return to Okinomiya. Considering the rules and traditions, cutting off his pinky finger isn't too far from reality. I might be rolled up in a futon mat and thrown into the swamp for real, too. Even still, there's only one place for me to return. I'm going to Okinomiya and nowhere else. That's my hometown. This might be a kind of homesickness, but I don't care what it looks like. So what are you gonna do? The Sonozaki family is everywhere. Well, I'll lay low for now. If somebody sees me, I'll tell them I'm Mion. Then what? Then after things calm down a little bit, I'll start talking to my close relatives. I know they'll be on my side. I know some people who covered for me when I had a fight with my dad once. I see. You're trying to create a fait accompli. I don't know if that's Latin or French or what they're throwing at me there. So that the Sonozaki main house will have to accept you later on. I hope that works. It will. There are many people who are opposed to the idea of enrolling me in that school. That decision was obviously made because of the hag's hatred towards me. Don't you agree, Kasai? Well, yes. I thought the decision was excessive. She couldn't make the right decision because she was suffering from menopause. All the fuss surrounding the damn project drove her nuts. Kasai smiled. I couldn't go to sleep after all, even though I was rolled up in a blanket. Even though I told Kasai to shut up, I kept talking to him. In time, I got tired of talking. As I could feel the car run smoothly on the highway, Kasai spoke to me again. Shion, look. I was so tired that I ignored him. I wondered what he wanted me to look at, but I wasn't that interested. Yet I opened my eyes slightly and saw a sign quickly pass by. Kasai probably wanted me to see that sign. It had a little illustration of azaleas around the letters that said, "Welcome to Shishibon City. My hometown is coming right up." Chapter 5 is over. Notice how they didn't put my guy's name in with them? Akane Sonozaki. That's gotta be her mom, because we haven't heard of that yet. Damn, chapter 1's over. That was a fucking intro, if anything. New music! Someone's banging on some pots and pans. June 1982. Satoshi Hojo disappeared several days after the Watanagashi festival. There were 3 possible reasons for his disappearance. One possibility is that it was an accident. Dead bodies sometimes end up in irrigation channels a few months after hit-and-run incidents. But since the police did a thorough search of the area and hadn't found his body, this possibility seems small. The second possibility is a self-motivated disappearance. Satoshi has been living in dire circumstances. His close friends actually heard him imply he might run away. The police thought he skipped town after killing his aunt. That seemed plausible, considering that aspect. But the police arrested another person for the murder, so this hypothesis must also be considered false. Wrong. The last possibility is that he was involved in the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Definitely possible. It's also called the Curse of Oyashiro. He fell victim to it and disappeared. Unless Oyashiro's occult power is actually verified, the curse must be the act of humans. It's only natural to assume that Satoshi was made to disappear by someone's will. So the question is, whose? Possibilities are quite limited. The culprit is either a member of the Sonozaki family, a member of the 3 families, or one of their many relatives. The police can assume that easily. I need to think beyond that. Who did it? How did it happen? And why did it have to be done? Why did Satoshi fall victim? What was the motive? Who gave out the order? Who actually did it? The mastermind, the culprit, and the truth. All are in reach of my grasp. Maybe I'll find them right behind my back. But even so, I can't reach everywhere. There are parts of my back I have to make an effort to reach, clenching my teeth and cracking my joints so the tips of my fingers can barely touch them. The truth is hidden in places like those. I'm writing this because I need to organize my thoughts and memories. Nobody will read it other than myself, but if somebody does, that means that either I threw these notes away because I no longer needed them, or I fell victim to the curse of Oyashiro in the middle of my attempt to solve the mystery. If it was the former, that's okay, but if it was the latter, please, I want you to help me. Please help this powerless young girl. Question is, who's the author of the notebook. If we go by the last game, chapters, I would think that it would be Takano. Obviously, we've limited our suspects by saying girl. It didn't really sound like it was Mion. Well, so the implication is either Shion or Takano, but I don't know. Shion seems kind of weird. I don't know. I don't like that they're making Shion seem nice. AD 1982, so this is the year prior to Keiichi. The 4th year of the series of the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro's Curse, 1 year prior to Keiichi's transfer. See, I knew I was good with my timeline. I didn't hear a wake-up chime. I'm not in school anymore. My brain is half asleep, but I'm aware of that. Waking up at the same time as the chime would go off at school doesn't feel good. I can't go back to sleep after this. Still, I'm not going to live a torturous school life anymore. I can make today either happy or boring. It's up to me. Yay, that's really positive. I feel like I'm alive for the first time in a while. I didn't have any other clothes, so I was wearing the school track uniform. It's supposed to have been designed by some famous Italian person, but it just looks plain to me. It really doesn't feel great to still be in clothes from that school. I want to enjoy my freedom as soon as possible. I especially don't want to walk around outside wearing it. I should have Kasai bring me some new clothes later, and I should think of redecorating this room. After all, this is going to be my castle from now on. Okay, so this is her room, and I'm guessing now we can infer that the guard or whoever they were talking about is Kasai. One second, just writing some notes. Okay. The property is one a realtor and my dad's conglomerate obtained after foreclosure due to some dispute. Most of the residents moved out during that. So while there are plenty of rooms, it's a lonely complex that feels devoid of people. Plus, with the exception of the manager and a scant 1 or 2 others, all the residents are shady-looking people connected to my dad. It probably won't be much longer before the virtuous residents are driven out. The apartment I'm living in used to be the room they'd use for viewings. So it looks like a room in a business hotel. It's fully furnished, but lacking in daily necessities. I'll buy those things over time, though. It's better that way anyway. It'll make it feel more like my own room. I nodded to myself. It might have looked stupid, but it helped psych me up. At the school... Fuck. Sorry, my lip is bothering me. At the school, there was a TV only in the common room, and we weren't allowed to watch any cable channels. I zapped through all those channels as a form of emancipation. It was early in the morning, so nothing interesting was on. But I enjoyed it anyway. Commercials are fun to watch. Whatever you say. Kasai dropped by with lunch right when I started to feel hungry. Good morning, Shion. Did you sleep well last night? One sec, I gotta put my phone in. My phone is dying. Okay, sorry. Sleeping on the couch was a bit too uncomfortable. As a Japanese person, I want to sleep in a futon on the floor. Ah, this pickled radish is good. It's good to hear. Please let me know what you need later on. I'll try to get as much as I can. Thanks. Oh, you don't need to worry so much about me. I chose this life for myself anyways. Your wallet wouldn't last if I started extorting you, right? I have to be serious about my plan. I can't let myself take advantage of Kasai's wallet forever. I think I'm gonna start a part-time job. I have to earn my own living. Oh, dude, this is totally gonna prove my theory. If she starts fucking working at Angel Mart, bro, if she starts working now, this will prove that the one that was there on the first day was Mion. Because they said it was their first day. That's reassuring to hear, but are you sure? If you go outside, eventually someone in the family will discover you. I gave that a little thought, which is why I'll need Mion's help. Kasai, would you mind calling the main house for me? When Mion answers, pass me the receiver. Oh well, whatever you say. What could be your plan? Kasai dialed the number. It's funny to me that we're calling the main house, even though that's the place I most want to avoid at the moment. Hello? Good morning. Is this Mion? It's been a while. This is Kasai. Yeah. Good morning. Could you hold for a moment? I'm letting someone else on the phone. I take the handset. Hello? Can you tell who this is? That voice! But that can't be true. Shion's dorm doesn't allow private calls. You can't be her. Yeah, they forbid outside calls at the academy. But you're talking to me right now. Even my dim-witted older sister should understand what that means. Did you sneak out of the school? How? It's not important. I really missed you, sis. Shion! Maybe Shion isn't as mean-willed as I thought, but then the question is, like, why is she so, like, demeaning to Mion? That was as far as I could take it, and Mion had hit her limit too. Huh. We both burst out into laughter, unable to keep up our act. It's been a while since we laughed out loud with each other like this. It's been forever, Shion. Seriously, what's happened with you? There's not much else to it. I haven't lied or anything. Wait, then you really ran away? Oh, great job. The security wasn't tight enough to keep me locked up in there. Maybe the school should be grateful you escaped quietly. If you were serious, it'd be easy for you to blow up the whole building to make your escape. Well, I couldn't have done that, but I might have set it on fire. Kasai smiled at us in amazement, his face a blend of amusement and exasperation. Is it okay to talk to you now? It's alright. Granny is out for a lesson. Fuck, maybe that Mion and Shion did have more contact than I thought. She's coming home later in the evening. That's good. We should get together and talk soon, just over the phone for today, though. Okay. Did anybody report my escape to our grandmother? Nope, we've heard nothing. 1 second. I pass along all the calls and guests for the main family now, so no news reaches Granny without going through me. I'm sure she doesn't know. Wow, that's awesome. You really sound like the next leader of the Sonozaki family. You know I don't like that. You should have taken my place. You're the one with the demon, aren't you? Well, keep giving it your all. I'll be rooting for you from the shadows. Anyway, that's not important now. You sound so indifferent. Well, that's okay, I guess. If you hear anything from me, about me, give Kasai a call, okay? I'd like to give you my number here, but I'll keep it a secret for the time being. Sorry. Alright. If Granny hears you fled to school, there will be all kinds of trouble. I'll be on the lookout for now. And I'll let Kasai know if something happens. Thanks. I also have a favor to ask. I figured you would. Oh, money's out of the question, okay? I never thought I could pester you for money. I just want to ask you for a little help with my part-time job. I see. So that's it then. What exactly do you need? We can communicate fast in a situation like this. We don't have to get into details because we know what's on each other's minds. Uncle Yoshiro's on my side, isn't he? I'm gonna try and see if I can get a part-time job at one of the businesses he owns. Then I'll call you when I know my shift. So I just have to disappear while you're working. Okay, so they're coordinating to make this swap thing happen. That's a little taxing. What are you saying, sis? Are you turning down your only sister's request? Seriously? Alright, I'll do it. I wouldn't want to see how you'd retaliate if I turned you down. Oh god. Yeah, this is weird. Well, something must have changed here because, like, it didn't seem like anybody was surprised to see Shion later on, right? Like, when we were playing as Keiichi, so... I don't know, this stuff might be pointless. Ahaha, thanks. I'll buy you a cake from Schlank Bertha's. Schlank Bertha's, what the fuck? I'll throw in tons of pretty tarts too. Shion. Schlank Bertha closed last fall. Huh? Is that so? Yeah, the owner had a stroke. He reopened the store once, but he got sick again, so he had to shut it down. I see. That's a shame. I won't... Fuck. Stop! I won't be able to eat their Mont Blanc cakes to my heart's content anymore. I was disappointed that my favorite cake shop had closed down, but more so that this town had changed without my knowing while I was gone. It was kind of regrettable. Are there any other changes I don't know about? Yeah, there are some. I'll tell you when we meet up next time. Thanks. I'll tell you about my school life. Let's set a date. I'll call you. Alright, I'll see you then. Mion? What is it? How are you? Huh, I'm fine. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry for the hiccups. I'm hanging up now. Okay, see you. It's really been a while since I last talked to her. I put down the phone and heaved a sigh as Kasai brought in some tea. How did it go? Do you remember Uncle Yoshiro, who was in favor of me staying? I'll talk to him about my escape and ask him if he can hire me to work at one of his stores. Are you sure? Some other relative might find out. That's why I ask as a favor. I'll contact her when my shift is set, and she'll disappear while I'm working. Do you get the picture? Kasai looked puzzled, because then people think that it's really not that difficult to grasp. It's simple. If somebody finds me at work, I'll tell them that I'm Mion. Yeah, see, something obviously changed, right? Because she was very clearly saying that she was Shion when she was at work. God, this is so odd. Do you get it now? Normal people wouldn't buy this kind of plan, but Kasai knows too well how easy it is for my sis and me to trade places. That's audacious. Or shrewd, I should say. I'm impressed. Is that a compliment, Kasai? Kasai looked amazed. If things go south, it'll affect him, too. Considering the rules of my dad's profession, he won't be able to get away with just a mere apology. That's why he doesn't want me to do anything too risky. I think I have to make it up to him, since he helped me escape even knowing that risk. It's Angel Mort. Alright, no problem. If I find somebody talking bad about you, I'll beat them up. Haha, thank you so much. I knew I could rely on you, Uncle Yoshiro. Yeah, so my theory is definitely right about that being Mion. Uncle Yoshiro pounded his chest with his fist after offering me his assurance. He seemed glad that I turned to him first. I'd be happy to help, since I'm so impressed that you're trying to support yourself. If you were here for money, I'd turn you into your grandmother right away. What? You're scaring me, Uncle. I knew he was reliable. He understood my situation straight away and promised to help. Manager, here's the shift chart. I'll put it here. One of the store clerks brought out a work schedule. There are many things I'm unfamiliar with written on it. So how much can you work? That depends on our respective schedules. I hope I can get in when I want to. Okay, that sounds a little irresponsible, but I know you're in a difficult situation. And depending on Mion for my work, our schedules have to match. Of course, Uncle Yoshiro understood that. But I also knew he couldn't afford a selfish part-timer who only works when she wants to. In the end, he decided to hire me as an office helper, not an official worker. As a temp, I wouldn't have a work schedule. My uncle also decided to pay me out of his own pocket. It's fine as long as I can make enough to support myself. Sure. I expect to get what I'm paying for, okay? And don't call me uncle in the office either. Alright, manager. Thanks for hiring me. Good, you get it. Once all the business talk was over, my uncle hounded me with all kinds of questions. He asked me things like, what was it like in a prestigious girls' boarding school? And so on. Apparently there were all kinds of rumors going around about the St. Lucia Academy I was confined to, and everyone was curious about it. I added a few embellishments of my own as I explained how unordinary life at that school was. My uncle looked extremely delighted to hear all the little details about life in a secret garden for girls. I was about to say a little bit of a weirdo, horny bastard. Once my uncle was satisfied, it was my turn to ask all kinds of questions. I wanted to know if anything peculiar had happened while I was gone. Past 2 years. This happened, she was gone for 2 years. One second, I'm just gonna write this down. Hmm. Huh, man, now this makes me wonder, right? Was all that shit that they did together in Chapter 2 an act? Like, maybe they were working together, but it didn't seem like it, man. Hmm. Huh. One second. Okay. I won't be able to act like Mion unless I can fill in the gap of information left in the past 2 years. There haven't been many big changes. It's been quiet since the end of the dam conflict. I went to the academy only a bit after they froze the project. There was still a bit of tension then. Okay, so we can at least determine to a certain level that Shion was not involved, at least in anything up to Satoshi's disappearance, or after Satoshi's disappearance, because I think she already acknowledged it, but so years 2 through 4, she unlikely had no involvement. To be fair, I didn't really care about the involvement of people in the years in between. I cared only really about the last year. But, you know, it all plays into it. Even after they shut down construction, things were still tense because the project wasn't entirely cancelled. But the Onigafuchi Guardians disbanded about a year later. There was a big ceremony held at the shrine. That's when the dam conflict officially ended. It's right after I was imprisoned. Everybody's slacking now that the conflict is over. I guess you all had fun playing at war back then during the dam protest, didn't you? Try to imagine how much suffering the adults went through every time they had to come pick up their kids from the police station. Well, I can't deny that. It was like a festival for us. Uncle Yoshiro seemed exasperated how differently kids and adults treated the conflict. Oh yeah.
There was that dismemberment murder, wasn't there? The one where that fucking jerk of a construction manager got split into pieces.
Still haven't caught the culprit behind that, have they? Okay, dude, but then when Shion says shit like this, I think to myself, yeah, this girl is as guilty as I think she is. Did they finally catch him? Ah, come to think of it. I don't think they've caught him yet, no. It happened on the night of the Watanagashi, didn't it? I remember everyone making a fuss about it being Oyashiro's curse. That's pretty scary for us kids. Yeah, Oyashiro's curse. That happened the year after, too. That's right. That was scary, too, wasn't it? Who was it again? That guy who supported the dam died in an accident, right? Hojo, wasn't it? And it happened on the day of Watanagashi once again. Everyone went crazy, saying it had to be a curse. It was horrifying. Definitely. I mean, you weren't there, so... The construction manager that everyone hated was killed and dismembered on the night of the Watanagashi festival. That incident on its own was more than intense enough for us kids. Worst part, I just read the worst part of worst part of his body was never found, which made it almost a ghost story. Amongst us. I read the fucking amongst us part and I couldn't fucking read. God, it's so bad. We seriously believed that the severed right arm was roaming in search of the body it belonged to. It didn't take long for the rumor of Oyashiro's curse to become a topic of discussion among occult researchers and the like, considering the circumstantial factors. Even so, the rumor faded away after about a year. After the dam project was officially frozen, we held Watanagashi purely as a festival. But the curse struck again. The victim was a pro-dam activist who lived in Hinamizawa by the name of Hojo. He and his wife were on a trip when they fell from a cliff to their deaths. It was considered an accident. Technically, the police were still searching for the wife's body. If I remember right, they never found it, did they? I'm guessing that because the initial release frame of these things, I forget who it was one of you nerds that was in here was telling me that like 2 chapters released per year, so I guess this was kind of like a refresher for people if they, I mean, it's kind of helpful too after like the almost 2-week break. Once again, the man worthy of Oyashiro's curse fell victim on the night of the Watanagashi festival. So the fuss over Oyashiro's curse rose up again. Gamers rise up. Until then, Oyashiro wasn't considered very important. At least in the world of us kids, it was just the name of the object of worship at the shrine. Nothing more than that. I'd seen boys peeing on the archway, and I once stuck my hand into the offertory box. The existence of a god didn't matter much to us. But after 2 consecutive occurrences, the kids no longer doubted the existence of a curse. We were all shaking in fear of Oyashiro. Everybody suddenly became interested in the old stories about him, too. We quietly listened to the musty old stories the elders had to tell, and we started genuinely believing in the tales of Oyashiro's miracles, which any of us would have laughed away before. This is why I said before that I think that this curse could be like the cause of someone with a very vested interest that's trying to get something out of this, you know? But we'll see. Oyashiro's rules were awfully simple and clear. Enemies treading into Hinamizawa will be cursed. Villagers leaving the village will be cursed. What defined the village was terribly vague. Were we never allowed to leave Hinamizawa village? Was going to Okinomiya still safe? Was a single step enough to be out? Was a 3-day, 2-night hot spring trip still safe? We kids tried to draw a line. This is why I said it's probably just people. It was decided in the end that if you had a house in Hinamizawa or Okinomiya, you were safe. And it was okay to go on trips if you had a house in either area. I know it's weird, but those rules were made up by kids after all. Let's put that down. This is gonna turn into a fucking 20th century boys meme where everything that they made up as kids will be the story. Sorry, just finishing this off here. Okay. I know it's weird, but those rules were made up by kids after all. According to those rules, I'd be cursed since I lived at a boarding school in such a remote area. I couldn't say it out loud because I felt embarrassed. But in fact, I was a little scared of the curse. Yeah, it happened again the year after. Sure is scary when it happens 2 years in a row. I still believe in Oyashiro's power. Shion, what are you saying? Don't you know? No? About what? Oh, right. You went to that school before it happened, that's why you don't know. Uncle Yoshiro grimaced as if he had said too much. As though he'd mentioned something I shouldn't know about. What is it? You can't leave me hanging like that. Well, I think you're mature enough now. Hey, if you think my body looks underdeveloped, you should see an eye doctor. Either that or you're a pedo. Okay, I'll talk. It happened again the year after that. What happened? What are you talking about?
The curse.
When I was very little, I always had this tick before I heard something bad. It was like a gnome who lived inside me. Ooh, I'm Ganata Ganelv. Who lived inside me was giving me a warning. Like he was poking me with a small needle. When I felt this tick before my parents called me, they'd always either chide me or tell me something bad. So I used to run away when I felt it. But my senses seemed to have grown dull over the years. Even though my gnome poked at me, I just sat there. I'm Ganata Ganelv. The year after the death of the Hojos, it happened again. Last year, in other words. Did it happen on the day of Watanagashi again? 3 years in a row? That's right. You know there's a shrine in Hinamizawa, the Furude shrine. The priest suddenly died on the night of the festival. They said that the cause of the death was an unknown illness. And the same night, his wife threw herself into the swamp. There was a big uproar. The mayor even had to hold an emergency meeting. Okay, so like, I'm gonna pose, I think I've said this before, but did these people not realize that this is kind of like, if people know that deaths are happening every year on Watanagashi, that like, obviously the odds of people dying might be more likely. Like, to give a comparison, there's always the meme that, like, you have a higher chance to die on your birthday than any other day. And the whole meme is that, well, because people do dumb shit on their birthdays, so it's not really surprising that you have a higher percentage chance to die. People, like, do risky, weird shit on their birthday, you know? Why don't they think, like, that logic about it with Watanagashi? It's like, well, People seem to keep turning up dead, so, you know, like, what's going on? Okay. Okay. Now we're playing as the best girl, so let's pay attention. I don't think the bit about the illness is true, but his death was very sudden. The priest was busy preparing for the festival, and he'd gotten sick around that time, so I guess he died of a heart attack or something. But it's just crazy that somebody died on the day of Watanagashi again. It's the third time in a row. It's unbelievable that so many people have died on the exact same day. The coroner didn't find anything unusual about the cause of death, so nobody suspected that anything was wrong. Oops. But you're right that the whole situation is abnormal. Only the people who are likely to be cursed died on the day of the festival. There must be something behind this. Whether it's a conspiracy or a curse, there has to be. I decided to meet up with Mion at the library near the Okinomiya train station. It's not that I don't trust Mion, but I don't want to let her know where I live. Not many people use this library, so I won't see anyone from Hinamizawa here. It's very convenient for meeting someone in secret. After we discussed my life plan and work schedule, we moved to small talk. I've been away from this town for years. Things have changed. I asked Mion about the changes in detail, in order to fill in the gaps. While talking about various things, I brought up what Uncle Yoshiro had told me, about Oyashiro's curse. Even before I left town, the curse had already struck twice. The dismemberment murder on the first year left quite an impact. And the year after, the pro-dem activist couple fell off the cliff. On the day the villagers were enjoying their first Watanagashi festival since the dam project was indefinitely frozen. This one also left quite the impact. The evil construction site manager was punished, and the next year, the traitor to the village met the same fate. If it happened only once, people would have concluded that it was just a bizarre coincidence. But when it happened 2 years in a row, people were far more likely to believe it was a curse. I know up to that part, and after I left town, the curse struck again for the third time. People talked about the curse more intensely than ever, both in Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. I have to rethink this. Oyashiro's curse has drastically gained credibility while I was away. It was still unclear with the first two incidents, but after it continued for 3 years straight, people's doubts changed to convictions. Even though the priest who died on the third year wasn't an enemy of the villagers, the fact that people in Hinamizawa didn't care for him much added even more credibility to the idea. Oh, my girl, she's back. Wasn't the priest hated by a few? Especially by the committee members? Yeah, they criticized him for being a fence sitter. He's Boogie 2988. Toward the end of the dam conflict, the protesters were all taking aggressive stances, so they didn't like how soft he was being. The priest had, and this is the other thing I need to say here, okay? We'll throw another flag on this. How, and I said this already, but how are Mion and Shion so, like, close and chilling here? And then in a year's time, they're, like, so awkward around each other. Like, it's just weird. The priest had looked strict and scary. The way he spoke was always so formal. But in reality, he was very warm and reserved. Maybe it was because he was a son-in-law, having married into his family. I'm sure the priest and his personality were the perfect fit for managing the shrine that was used for summer festivals and village meetings. But that gathering spot-style atmosphere of the shrine changed completely when the dam war broke out and it became the headquarters for the Onigafuchi Guardians. Prior to the dam protests, hardly anybody worshipped Oyashiro. Of course, the devout elders paid worship to him, but the average person treated our god like how you'd treat fortune-telling. Once the dam protests began, Oyashiro was suddenly hauled out as the symbol of the village's resistance. Tracing the Oyashiro faith back to its roots, it was an exclusive elitist faith that believed its members were descended from a holy ancestor, different from the masses at the foot of the mountain, and that those tainted masses should never come near the village. Yeah, we were told this already. Of course, such self-centered ideology wasn't accepted anymore in peaceful post-war Japan, so this doctrine was abandoned over time. Still, that idea remained, and they trudged it back up to fan the flames of nationalism and unite the town against the dam project. With the revival of those ideas, things only grew more radical by the day. And it didn't take very long for the Onigafuchi Guardians to become aggressive. After that, we were in a state of war. 100 million burning as one. Whoa! Kill the white savages. Can I get an easy, bro? What the fuck's going on here? Want naught but victory. Adults and kids both were gnawing at the bit, avid to repel the foreign invaders. Describing it like that makes it sound kind of awful, like a reminder of the dark times of wartime Japan. But like I said before, for us kids it felt less like a war and more like a village-wide festival. Yet despite calling it a festival, dissenters were treated coldly. Their heartlessness lived up to the expression wartime regime. The Hojo couple who voiced their acceptance of the dam project in the midst of that atmosphere were truly brave. Then on the second year of the curse, they died in an accident, and everyone believed it was Oyashiro's curse without question, so they were branded traitors and enemies of the village. The Hojo couple faced worse than just being ostracized as traitors. Everyone gave them the cold shoulder and talked behind their backs. The only person who didn't treat them badly was the priest. Well, the priest never objected to the anti-dam movement. He also never objected to the Hojo couple's advocacy for accepting the government's eviction and restitution to rebuild new lives. Those unforgivable Hojos became a slogan as the three families, especially the Sonozakis, united the village by turning them into scapegoats. So they must have found it very shameful to have a fellow member of the three families approve of that, especially when it was the priest of the shrine that had become a symbol for the dam protests. As central figures in Hinamizawa, the three families were the backbones of the Onigifuchi Guardians, so a difference of opinion was undesirable, and the priest was never accused of anything. He might have been accused of something, depending on what faith he's a part of, but secretly people whispered that he was a heretic, that he was unfit to serve as Oyashiro's priest, that Oyashiro's curse would soon strike him down, along with other rumors. Don't you think the priest was more mature than those around him? He was pretty cool, managing to keep his head and remain neutral while everyone around him grew fervent. I thought Mion would share my opinion when I chimed back in, so when Mion gave me a forced smile and didn't agree with me, I was taken by surprise. If he were really mature, I think he would have cooperated with the others. He should have appeased them. He wasn't just the head priest, he was also the head of the Furude family. That was a time when all of Hinamizawa needed to be united, so having one of the families, who were supposed to serve as examples, disturb that harmony was... I don't know if that should be called mature. It's hard for me to tell. I was taken aback. I barely managed to say the following. Ellipses, Even though we're identical twins, we still had our own unique identities. Every now and then our opinions differed, but usually only over some trivial matter. We've never had a difference of opinion this big. It wasn't an enjoyable feeling. I decided to probe her some more. I don't really like that word you used. Appease. What are you trying to say? Are you saying the priest should have thought of the village as a whole and kept his opinions a secret? Meaning people shouldn't assert the self before the whole. Damn, dude, Shion coming out here with the Western individualism takes. Let's go. What the fuck? I'm not going that far. I just thought as a member of the three families, he should have acted more carefully. That's what I mean. Mion faltered a bit as my tone grew more like a cross-examination. I realized I was speaking a bit too harshly. Yeah, that's right. You better watch your fucking mouth, Shion. I still don't like you. What Mion expressed was probably the more mature opinion on our scale. When everyone needed to work together to stand up to a vast enemy like the government, people should refrain from actions that would destabilize that alliance. Writing it out and reading it now, I can understand that. But I wasn't mature enough to agree with such a totalitarian idea. Or maybe it wasn't me at all. It was Mion who'd made that mature judgment. We've been separated for over a year. I've been away from the town. In the meantime, Mion has been training to take over the headship of the Sonozaki family. She's been treated as such even before I was confined to that institution. She sat next to the hag in ceremonies and in meetings. She took her place when the hag was absent. But that was just it. We were never that different. Mion has become very like a successor since I've been gone. You sound like a grown-up now. She seemed to get what I was implying. Am I thinking like Granny now? That's good. You're the successor. You shouldn't think like the rest. You've definitely learned the art of ruling. I never learned anything like that. I'm just trying to act like her. You can do it easily too. I don't want to. It's your role. Well, don't try too hard or you'll tire yourself out. I didn't mean to be cold, but Mion seemed to take it that way. She smiled as if trying to pacify me. I smiled gently back at her. Sis? I mean, Mion? What? What is it? Our separation has always been tough. our names, the places where we live, and our bodies. Mion looked down with a serious face, but then looked right back up. Maybe you think I'm jealous of that, but I'm not. We used to have some disagreements, but they were always small and forgettable. You don't have to feel sorry for anything. Up until birth, we were perfectly equal. Right after birth, we were separated by the grown-ups' priorities. I used to get mad about it when I was little. Hey, man. One of the best quotes from Monster, okay? The only thing that everybody is equal in is death, okay? She's basically echoing that sentiment. I used to get mad about it when I was little. There's no denying that. But we don't have to start a disagreement over it. Mion seems to understand what I'm trying to say. We each have our own characteristics, even though we're identical twins. Only we know the differences. We're also dependent on each other because of them. Mion seems more dependent. She always worries about me. If somebody gave her a cookie, she'd divide it in two and give one half to me. If somebody gave her a candy, she'd wait until I said it was okay to eat it. On the contrary, I'm cold. I don't care about others if I'm satisfied. I'd put the candy in my mouth right away. I have to emphasize that I don't hate her, and I'm well aware that she loves me. We both know that. Mion must have been hesitating to put the candy of the successor in her mouth and was waiting to see if I was okay with that. Do your best, Mion. I'll do my best as Shion too. I tapped her forehead with my fist lightly. Mion put her forehead against my fist as if trying to feel the warmth. She's Mion, and I'm Shion. She is the successor of the Sonozaki family, and I'm just a vagabond. That isn't a distinction, but rather our individuality. We shouldn't worry too much about the other anymore. We should feel relaxed, living as who we are, with our own characteristics. I didn't have to say any of that out loud. We can communicate by touch just like this. Okay, thanks, Shion. No worries, Mion. Let's talk to each other whenever we want to, like we've always been. That'll never change, okay? Okay. Okay. Mion kept nodding, with her forehead against my fist. Feels bad, man. I said goodbye to Mion before it turned to evening. We had talked about the things that happened during my time away, and I enjoyed having that chat between sisters very much. We were able to dissolve our unsettled emotions. We didn't used to do that. Maybe it's because we hadn't seen each other for over a year. Whew. It's late afternoon. My heart felt lighter now. I stretched and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear blue and far away. No matter how tall I grow, I'll never be able to touch that sky. I'm Shion Sonozaki, a girl who escaped from the life she was forced to live. Nobody will praise me for what I did, and for what I'm going to do. But this is what I chose. Aha! I can think maturely too. I psych myself up. I should go shopping for dinner. Though I have Kazai's help, I need to save money. I love junk food, but it'd be cheaper to cook. Ironically, the culinary classes from that evil school will come in handy. Why not go to the shopping district in Kami Ishiki? If I'm going there, then I need to take the other street. The cool breeze in the late afternoon felt nice on my skin. I blacked out on the sidewalk. Kasai came to the door while I was putting stuff I bought into the fridge. Wait a sec, I'm coming. It was Mion. Did you go grocery shopping? You must be tired. I don't get tired from going grocery shopping. Oh, do you want dinner? I bought enough for you too. Is that alright? If you say so, I'd be happy to. This guy looks like... He's got like the Elton John glasses, but blackout. Cause I look curious about what I'd cook. Huh, you don't look like you believe in my cooking skills. You'll pay for that later. Are you putting these in the refrigerator? I'll do it. Oh, thanks. Is this amount of rice enough for two? Here I go. Kasai skillfully packed food in the fridge while glancing at each item in turn. He noticed something. Shion, do you still hate canned food? Hadn't bought any. That was of course on purpose. Must be hard to avoid it. I know it's illogical. Maybe I could eat it if somebody forced me to. No, on second thought, I definitely couldn't. I feel really sorry. I know I was out of line then. Please forget about that story. Shut up. Men shouldn't hang around in the kitchen. I wonder if she has like a disdain for canned food because of that whole canned food meme that we learned about. Go watch TV or something. Kasai chuckled and left. I know this sounds stupid, but I hate canned food. If somebody told me there was canned food in a meal I just ate, I'd throw up. It started with a silly thing. Kasai told me a horror story when I was little. Yeah, so they're gonna confirm what I just said. You know, one of those urban legends about meat made from an unknown source. Mystery meat? Any fans about mystery meat? Hell yeah. Like those rumors about how there's worm meat mixed into burger patties or dog meat in beef bowls. Nah, dude, it's horse meat in burger patties, okay? Come on! Kasai had fun telling me one of those stories because of how scared I got. He had fun, but obviously I didn't. I even started to cry in the canned foods section of a supermarket. That's how much I hated it. I don't freak out like that anymore, but I still don't like canned food. Since I don't like it, I don't force myself. And I now live my life naturally avoiding canned food. One of the big differences between us twins is that Mion doesn't have this issue. Kasai feels responsible for this, but he can't rid me of that fear. Okay, I'm gonna write this down because this is so abstract and weird that it has to be important. Okay. Still, I feel like this is actually a good thing. Otherwise, I'd be too perfect. Kasai, set the table, would you? Smells good. Thank you for doing this. If this isn't enough food, you can go to a beef bowl place later or something. And don't turn off the TV. I hate having dinner in silence. Thank you for the meal. So, what is it, Kasai? You came here for something, didn't you? I handed him a cup of tea. He pulled out a 4-5 and pressed it against my dome. I could wait until dinner was over, but I wanted to get to the point quickly. I thought I should wait until we finished, but would you mind if I talked while eating? It's been bugging me since you got here. It'd be much easier for me to eat if you started talking now. We received a phone call from the school today. Today? That's late. Sounded like they didn't want to make it public. So what happened? Akane took the call. She said she was going to tell your father when the time is right. Akane is my mom, so they did confirm that, okay? That's what Kasai calls her, as he's known her since before her marriage. So, what did she say? I was lucky she answered the phone, since she's relatively on my side. Other than calling you a brat, she didn't seem surprised by this outcome. I see. So she hasn't told Dad yet. She's probably waiting for the right moment. I think she's going to in a couple of days. Dad is on Grandma's side, so he'll definitely talk to her if he hears about it. Then she'll have her men bring me to her, and depending on my explanation, make me offer a finger or two. Scary. I wish you could laugh it off, but please remember you're not the only one who... Ouch. You're eating too fast. I cooked too much rice and miso soup, so you'll have to have another round. At least 3 helpings, alright? A few days later, Mion told me that the hag had heard about my escape. So, how did she take it? She was furious. She said that if you were in Okinomiya, she'd get you right away. Scary. And? Is Dad doing anything? They'll hold a family council soon to see if any of the family members are hiding you. It doesn't look like she'll have the greenhorns search for you all over town, though. Holding a family council means that things will remain in the hag's hands alone. She won't search the town for me. It's like she's unofficially approving my presence. Of course, I'll get caught immediately if they find me in a large public area. Seems like Mom did a lot to help me. You can tell she's being supportive. It's a long story, but my mom is sort of an outlaw, even though she's of the Sonozaki bloodline. A long time ago, she had a huge fight with the hag because she hated the family rules and traditions. She was even excommunicated. Damn, we got some Jehovah's Witness here. My mom was supposed to be the successor, but she was deprived of the title, and Sis took her place instead. Yeah, because I was wondering, like, I said that before, like, why the fuck are they just not talking about their mom? Well, while she's quiet now, Mom's still an outlaw. She's always been on my side because I also hate the rules and traditions. Dad was flaring up at first, but Mom pacified him. He can't win against her after all. Okay, thanks. Let me know if something comes up. If things really go bad, I'm ready to leave town. I can't let Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Mom lose face. Sis, I know what you're thinking. You're asking why only I have to go through this, even though we're twins, aren't you? Mion was silent. That meant yes. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. Because I'm trying to think about what they might say next. I have a funny feeling that Mion might offer to share the burden of the way that she lives. That seems crazy, because I don't think Shion would willingly go into enemy territory like that. But, Okay. It isn't fair that only you have to live like this. It's absolutely not. Thanks. I appreciate your feelings. Tell me when you want to go out. I'll arrange my plans so that I can trade places. I fucking knew it, dude. She sounded apologetic. I shouldn't go quiet or agree with her. She sticks to things a little too much. Once she goes down, she'll stay there for a while. So I just told her simply, thanks. It's really nice of you. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Talk to you later. You fucking... I'm so sad, dude. Mion, why do you feel so bad for your sister? She's so mean to you. Fucking hell. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, dude. I don't like the way this is going. Oh my god, dude. Now I'm starting to think. Do you think that Mion maybe did what she did in that chapter for Shion? And this was a tandem killing all along? Stoka was crying while hiding behind my back. She's been crying while clinging on to me, so my back was wet with her tears and snot. My aunt had been screaming hysterically, but she looked tired now. I suddenly realized that it was already past 1 in the morning. She vomited out a series of screams one last time, then finally called it quits. Satoko seemed exhausted. She was looking down in a state of shock. Even after my aunt walked away, she didn't realize she had been freed. So I stroked her head and told her, "It's over, Satoko." Satoko twitched. So Satoshi is not dead yet? So let me revise this here. Okay. Her eyes grew bright again and tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked up at my face. She knew it was over, but wanted to hear it directly from me. She begged me with a look. To be honest, I was really exhausted too. So I felt a bit annoyed when she tried to make me say it, but I needed to pacify her. So I gently told her what she wanted to hear. She's done with her scolding, so let's go to sleep, alright? Satoko clung to me while her tears continued to fall. She was crying again silently. Satoko was shivering pitifully. Her small back reminded me that there was nobody else to protect her. Here, go brush your teeth, make your bed, and go to sleep. Satoko smiled faintly and nodded. I felt dizzy. As I was released from the strain, a harsh drowsiness fell upon me. While Satoko was washing her face, I went to the toilet. I zoned out while watching my pee. In my dizziness, I almost missed the shot. Felt like I was being sucked into the toilet. Couldn't even remember what caused it. Why did my aunt start screaming today? Huh. Okay. Continue. I didn't save, I forgot. Can I go back? I cannot. Well, I guess that chapter's just getting skipped. It's a very quiet afternoon as always. Since I can't go outside as myself, I have to match schedules with Mion when I go shopping. I've gotten used to it by now, so it's no longer a hassle. Because of this, I naturally have to buy things in bulk. Today I shuttled between shops in my home. I got this, I got that. Oh wait, isn't it a 100 yen sale day today? I forgot this. Being in a good mood, I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like a little whirlwind. My arm hit a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk. It obviously wasn't where it was supposed to be. Ow, what the? Who parked this motorcycle here? I gave it a kick with no hesitation. There were 3 motorcycles lined up there in a row. They all fell like dominoes. This is literally Keiichi. It was a beautiful sight. This is fun, I thought. Being in such a good mood made me leave my guard down. I didn't realize that the owners of the motorcycle were right nearby. They looked pretty scary. They grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley. And they called me all kinds of names. Everything was happening too quickly for me to grasp what was going on. The fuck are you, bitch? What you thinking you're doing, huh? Fucking bash your head in, bitch. Rah, gonna pay for what you did. Whoa. They can't really talk properly. Didn't have a clue what they were saying. I had to translate their alien tongue into normal human words in order to understand. We are very upset because you knocked down our motorcycles. You should immediately pay for the repair and compensation. Yeah, that was probably it. That's our offer, what do you say? We'd be happy to listen to your opinion. Something like that? I don't even know what he's saying. Sorry. I don't think I can continue interpreting. Huh? What you saying? I know what they're trying to say, but somebody has to warn them about the way they park their motorcycles. It wouldn't be fair to those who obey the rules if there were no punishment for those who disobey them. This is an accident, but it must also be God's will. But God, you can use me to punish these guys, but how will you compensate me later? I heaved a huge sigh. Of course, I wasn't afraid in this situation at all, because it wasn't a dangerous one for me. These 3 guys were yelling at the top of their lungs at a girl. They didn't look good doing it, and they had too many disadvantages. First, there was the difference in gender and in the number of people. Even if I did something wrong, as men shouting at a woman, it didn't make them look like they were in the right. Add to that, there were 3 of them. It already looked like it was going to get violent. Second, the location. Taking a girl into a dark, narrow alleyway is already a bad idea, and top of that, they're asking for money, not just an apology. Thanks to these facts, the public will be on my side, so it was a fight they couldn't possibly win. The only way for them to win would be to take my money before somebody finds out. Considering that, taking me to this narrow, secluded alleyway might have been a smart move, since fewer people will find out about the situation. Huh? You listening or not? I knew how slim their chances of winning were. From the very beginning, they had picked the wrong girl. I'm Neon Sonozaki now. It'd be foolish to mug her in Okinomiya. Soon enough, the people of Hinamizawa would notice me and gather around. They don't spare mercy for their enemies, no matter what. The punks didn't know this area well. If they did, they'd have known how silly it was to rob Neon. Plus, the alleyway isn't always as empty as they assumed. This side street is a shortcut, which local people frequently use on their way home. In the afternoon, many people will be passing through here. That time had almost arrived. If I held off a little longer, the street would soon be filled with people. Then the punks would have to go away. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to wait in order to win. This was a simple fight like that. While they could hurl abusive language at me, or lift me up by my collar, they weren't actually going to resort to violence. Cheers to the education system for ingraining the ladies' first mindset. But as a wicked person, I wanted to toy with them a bit, even though I could win this by waiting. I wanted to paint them as even more villainous and drive them into a corner that would be even harder to talk their way out of. That demonic desire was rearing its horns. To put it plainly, I'd only need to act as the poor helpless victim a little further, like the pathetic, pitiful, tragic heroine everyone wants to sympathize with. In a case like this, I shouldn't start crying immediately because they'd get nervous and draw back. If it were a truly threatening situation, dude, this girl is a sociopath. If it were a truly threatening situation, that would work, but I needed something different here. I'd pretend to be strong at first. In fact, I thought, why don't I challenge them? And eventually, I'd start trembling, my voice would fade, and I'd get tears in my eyes. It'd be even better if I played the role of a strong girl who's slowly giving in to fear. Mion and I are probably the only ones who are capable of pulling that kind of stuff off. Well, I'm probably better than her. Why don't you let me go now? I already apologized. I talked back with a little hesitation. Am I getting tears yet? Yes. By the way, I've heard men can't shed tears on command. I feel sorry for them. The 3 punks faltered a bit due to my sudden change in attitude, but they soon started yelling at me again. I had to keep going. That way, they blatantly look like they're picking on a helpless girl. Please forgive me. What are you doing? What's with this girl, huh? Maybe you should apologize like that from the start. It looked like they were laying off a bit. Did I overdo it a little? It'd be boring if they let me go now, at that moment. Cut it out. Don't you see her crying? Stop it. Okay, so Satoshi's not dead yet, or not disappeared yet. A boy around my age appeared. He was skinny. He looked weak. He looked younger than he probably was. He also looked smart. He bravely glared at the punks. What the hell? Who the fuck are you? Back the fuck off. Ah! The punks turned away from me to face the boy instead. The boy looked a bit agitated when the punks started yelling at him. They sure were ruthless, but the boy must have known that from the beginning. He must have known that he was going to get into a dangerous situation, yet he didn't hesitate. Fucking say something. Why don't you answer us? He must have wanted to shout back at them, but he probably never used that kind of language in his life, so he couldn't have expressed his feelings out loud. He might have not even known what to say, so he just kept on glaring at them to let them know that he wasn't going anywhere. The 3 punks, though, might have thought he was just lost for words in his fear, but I knew different. The boy was overpowering them with nothing but his will. The punks were losing, so they resorted to violence. They grabbed him and knocked him down. They hit, kicked, and tossed him around. It looked painful, but I knew. It was his victory. I mean, getting your ass beat is a victory? Then, yeah, he's winning. Good job, dude. Moving the goalpost a bit here, but... In the end, local passersby stopped the punks. They made no further fuss and just went away. The boy stood up. He was covered in dust. He smiled when our eyes met and asked me if I was alright. He didn't look particularly okay himself, though. How could you step into a fight you obviously couldn't win? Pick your opponents better next time. I hesitated at first. He laughed, saying that he was watching from the beginning. That meant he had the option to walk away, but instead he worked up the courage and stepped in. That was reckless, not brave. You're being a little harsh, Mion. You should at least say thank you. I saw you crying. No, I wasn't crying. That was just an act. Haha, okay. Hey, you don't believe me, do you? Do you really think I'd cry? No. Nobody'd believe Mion Sonozaki would cry when punks bullied her. Why are you laughing? You really don't believe that was an act? I'd never cry. I believe you, I do. Realize one thing. He must be one of Sis's friends. He didn't seem to realize I'm her twin. He thought I was Mion with a different hairstyle. Mion and I had to live separately since before we went to elementary school. Mion was in Hinamizawa, and I was in Okinomiya. I lived in a totally different environment from her, so it's not strange that people don't know me. Actually, only very few people know I exist. I almost told him that I'm not Mion, but I managed to stop myself. Shion shouldn't be here. He's from Hinamizawa. It wouldn't be good if he thought he saw a Mion lookalike in Okinomiya, so I had to act like Mion. Dealing with him could be more difficult than handling those punks. Well, I was just relieved because you seem to have a girly side after all. You sound hostile. What exactly do you mean by that? I thought you'd kick those guys' butts with some crazy martial arts, so I was really surprised when you just started crying. Hey, like I said, I was acting. Weren't you listening at all? He gently put his hand on top of my head and stroked it as if stroking a kitten. I can remember somebody doing that to me when I was little, but it had been quite a while since somebody stroked my head. I didn't know what to do. Why did it make me so embarrassed? My face reddened all at once. Couldn't say anything. Hey, are you making fun of me? I stuttered in embarrassment. He looked calm, as if he was used to doing this. Whatever. Aren't you glad, though? Glad? What do you mean? Well, you didn't get hurt. He smiled while he kept stroking my head. His smile looked divine. He wasn't going to stay for long. He'd already saved me from those guys, after all. Well, I need to be going, so I should head off now. Okay. I wanted to go through all the steps of meeting someone for the first time, but he didn't. As far as he was concerned, he just saved a friend from danger and wanted to leave quickly to avoid seeming pretentious. He and Mion must be friends who knew each other well, so I couldn't bring myself to ask, "What's your name?" Mion's friend smiled once again. His smile looked as refreshing as a clear blue sky. This time, he smiled a bit mischievously. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody you were crying. Well, nobody would believe me if I told them anyway. Nobody would ever believe that our invincible class president cried. He patted the dust off his butt once again. He walked back to the sunny main road, away from the dark alley. Then he turned around. See you. In school tomorrow, I mean. Yeah, see you in school. He disappeared into the brightly lit street. I continued to sit in the gloomy alleyway. I could no longer see him. I was just staring absent-mindedly at the bright light. That was the first time I met Satoshi. Wait, what's this? I'm not even allowed to walk freely under the sun. I met a boy on a sunny day. How come a perverse girl like me fell in love with his innocence? Okay, so we did know. I mean, Irie kind of hinted towards that, so the notebook is Shion's. Okay. God, this makes me wonder, dude. I was so off base. She wasn't guilty at all. At least not yet. So terrible. Fucking hell, man. I'm pissed. I'm so wrong. That must be Satoshi. He looks like what you described, and he has a habit of stroking people's heads. Uh-huh. His name is Satoshi, eh? The boy from earlier is called Satoshi Hojo. Mion said that he's always daydreaming, so she didn't believe that he'd saved me at first. His little sister is always kicking his butt. Uh-huh. He has a little sister. Yeah, her name is Satoko. She's funny and shrewd, but is quick to cry when she's cornered. She's fun to watch, but things have been rough for her lately, so she's feeling a bit down. His sister came up naturally in the conversation. I tried to soak up every scrap of information about Satoshi. Why? Why am I trying to ask so much about him? As I asked myself that, the feeling I got when he stroked my head came back to me. I must have been blushing. Hello, Shion? Sorry, I'm here, I'm listening. To start, I hear Satoko's on bad terms with her aunt. Satoshi is mature, so he knows how to conduct himself, but when bad things happen, Satoko really lets herself go. What Sis told me was very interesting. She told me that the parents of Satoshi and his little sister are dead. Satoshi and Satoko are now living with their uncle and aunt. They don't seem like very respectable people. They're always fighting, and the uncle is cheating on the aunt. He mostly lives with his mistress. Satoshi and Satoko entered into that unwelcome environment. What surprised me the most is the fact that Satoshi's parents were the Hojo couple who were the leaders of the pro-dam activists. That fact must have added something to the situation. I don't know what kind of stance the uncle and aunt took during the dam conflict, but they must have taken some indirect blows. Satoshi's parents died after bothering them so much, and even left them their children. The uncle and aunt obviously can't love those kids. Things have gotten worse this past year, too. Women can be really nasty bullies. Sometimes it doesn't matter who they're bullying, even if it's a kid. On top of that, women tend to care less about propriety than men. As a result, Satoko seemed exhausted with it all. I can imagine Satoshi bravely protecting his little sister, just like when he saved me. So, he must be exhausted too, right? Huh? He must be covering for Satoko all the time, so when you normally assume that he's also feeling worn out? Well, I don't know. Had I said something wrong? Mion sounded a bit taken aback, so that meant Mion can't tell how he's feeling, because he's always wearing that blank look, so she never considered it. How can she be that insensitive even though she's around him all the time? Dude, you know what's gonna happen? I thought I was wrong. I think I'm actually still right. I think that this fucking loser Satoshi is gonna be the guy to drive the wedge between Shion and Mion. Because I was wondering, like, how come they're so chill here and a year from now it seems like they hate each other? Or not hate each other, but they're clearly like something weird going on. And I am having a real sinking suspicion that Mr. Satoshi might be the cause of all this. I was amazed to realize that. And I was amazed to realize I'm still going through puberty. Holy fuck. Well, anyway. What does he usually do? He looks smart. Does he read a lot of books? Yeah, you're right. He likes to read. He's now reading, what's it called? Higurashi? Continued asking about him. About what he likes, dislikes, and what he's thinking about. I asked Sis all these questions because I wanted to know more about him. It was the first time I'd ever been that interested in somebody. I didn't want to admit that I had feelings like that. Did I fall in love just because of a stroke on the head? Am I stupid or what? You might be having a stroke. When I remember the feeling of his hand on my head, my heart feels tingly. I tried doing it myself, but it didn't feel the same. I'm stupid. What am I doing stroking my own head? Sis, I'm done for. I became stupid. What? Why are you laughing in that weird voice? You wouldn't understand this feeling, sis. Dude, this is where it starts. Shion is so, like, backhandedly mean to Mion all the fucking time, dude. Like, she's so backhanded towards Mion. God, I hate this bitch. Unbelievable. When would I see him again? I felt as if my suffocating life had finally grown brighter. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Mion deserves better. The life I lived really was beginning to suffocate me. Couldn't go out freely, and I always had to make arrangements with Mihan before going to work. Thought my life would improve after escaping from the school, but in reality it wasn't that easy. It's not healthy to live like that for too long, without any friends to hang out with. I felt like I was hibernating. I started to feel the dangers of falling into boredom. It's called depression. All I could think of now was Satoshi Hojo's face. I'd only met him briefly, but my encounter with him had a great impact on my new life. I felt like something exciting was going to happen. Really. I was hyped up like a little kid. The more I thought about it, I realized I'd been thinking about him a lot lately. This might be a crush. I felt a little ridiculous idolizing him in such a romantic way, though. Then out of the blue, I got a chance to see him again. Oh? I saw a familiar face at twilight in the park. He was sitting on the swing. Looked like he was zoning out. Maybe deep in thought. He didn't even notice me, even though I was right in front of him. I reminded myself to speak and act like Mion before talking to him. Hey, what are you doing here? Mion, you surprised me. You don't look surprised. I've been standing here for a couple minutes now. Didn't you notice me? Have you? Sorry, I didn't. He smiled self-derisively and shrugged. He looked depressed, like something was troubling him. Something bugging you? You can talk to me if you want. Maybe I can help. No, that's okay. Come on, I owe you one from before, Satoshi. Or maybe you don't think this old man can be of any help. Oh, this makes me so sad. Don't you know how mighty I am? I'm okay. You don't have to help me. Huh. What is it then? Are you saying that you don't need help from a girl? Thinking him unfair, I puffed up my cheeks in a sulky gesture. Satoshi noticed that and smiled. No, Mion. It's just... I messed up my swing when they needed me the most. I mentally rifled through all the information about Satoshi that Sis had given me. He doesn't look like much of an athlete, but apparently Satoshi belongs to a junior baseball team. They're called the Hinamizawa Fighters. I doubt he's very skilled, since I don't hear much about his contributions to the team. Maybe that's why he doesn't tell many people that he's a member. Given how down he felt as a result of messing up, though, he must be fairly dedicated. I deduced all that from what Sis told me, and carefully chose my words so as to sound like her. What? Are you feeling down just because of that? Hey, it's not that easy to get over me on. I pat his back while chuckling. Satoshi would probably call me insensitive. I knew I should listen to him, rather than try to cheer him up. Acting like Sis was probably the wrong thing to do in this case, but I had no choice. That was just how she'd react in this situation. Instead of feeling down, you should practice even harder and aim for your chance, you know? Practice makes perfect here. Well, if you want to beat the opposing pitcher so badly, you're willing to pull some tricks, and I might be able to help you in a few ways. There's no point if I cheat. Satoshi hung his head after letting his regrets out with a big sigh. Surrender, defeat, resignation were all visible in that gesture of his. Are you quick to give up or persistent? If you're a man, then don't you want to be a star and have your 15 minutes of fame? Toshi grinned and said yes. Of course, that'd be wonderful, but that's not why I play baseball. I just have fun batting and throwing the ball. You can understand that, right? This old man isn't sure. I only love games that I can win. I don't understand how you can love something when you can't be the best at it. That really sounds like you, Mion. Having realized that I'm trying to make him feel better, he laughed along. He didn't look depressed anymore. I guess he was just feeling down because of the game. He wasn't as depressed as I thought. Or maybe he was lying to you. Maybe he was actually really depressed and this was just his cover story. Maybe I jumped to conclusions when I saw him sitting alone in the park. You always put forth your best effort to win. That's admirable, I think. Yeah, it definitely is. He smiled gently and stood up. Then he started stroking my head. All of a sudden, I totally wasn't prepared for that. I didn't mean to skip that, sorry. Oh, whoa. I thought this when he did that last time. Fuck, when he did this last time, but how can he stroke somebody's head so easily? I felt like I had turned into a little kid. Memories from kindergarten came to mind. My face must have been red. I felt embarrassed, but also like I was in heaven. Satoshi stroked me as though he was petting a cat. I was blushing with my eyes closed. I felt helpless, like a girl being treated by the dentist with her mouth. Okay. Satoshi didn't seem to notice my feelings at all. He didn't seem to care. I hate him. With my eyes still closed, I waited for him to finish. He suddenly withdrew his hand. I need to get going. It seems as though the lighting outside has changed quite drastically since he started petting her head. Must have been quite a long time. My aunt wants some stuff, so I have to go grocery shopping. Okay. My voice faltered. I was so embarrassed. I'm going shopping too. What? You are? I thought the maids did all your household stuff. Shoot, I messed up. In the main Sonozaki house, the maids do everything. Therefore, Mion hardly goes grocery shopping, and she's bragged to some people about that. I should have known better. Still, it wouldn't be too hard to find an excuse. Just happened to be in town, so I thought I'd help out with the household stuff. Is that a problem? Huh. Doesn't sound like you. You always avoid doing boring stuff like that. You talk too much. Oh, stop stroking my head. Satoshi seemed to be having fun with how embarrassed I'd get when he patted me. Anyway, I managed to talk my way out of it. He didn't seem to really care about the details. While walking with Satoshi in the shopping district of Kami-Ishiki, it suddenly occurred to me. Why had I messed up? I'd known Mion would never go grocery shopping. What an amateurish mistake. Did I make that mistake when I was pretending to be Mion? No. I was probably speaking as Shion. Couldn't keep lying to myself. I had to just admit. It was simply because I wanted to spend as much time with Satoshi as possible. It was easy to see why I was so attracted to him. I'd found something intriguing in my boring life, and I didn't have to feel tense because he thought it was somebody else. Etc., etc. His easygoing nature made him fun to be around, and his habit of petting people on the head was fun too. From these symptoms, I could tell I was embracing the feeling of love. I was just casually enjoying that feeling. Oh my god, dude, my theory is starting to fucking come together so good now. Oh my god, I'm so fucking smart. Do you think... Oh my god, this could be crazy. The only problem is this only makes sense in the fucking focus of chapter 2. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. What I was thinking is when I posited my theory that Shion was actually the Mion in chapter 2, and she killed Keiichi because Mion was in love with him. Do you think that Mion killed Satoshi because Shion was in love with him? Like, do we want to go that many levels deep? Like, it wasn't that I fell in love with him. I was just having fun. I could simply spend some time with Satoshi without having to think too much. Which one is broccoli? The green one or the yellow one? Oh my god, dude. Are you serious? Both of them have this problem? It's cauliflower, Satoshi. Hey, could it be that you can't tell lettuce from cabbage either? I can't, dude. I'm not that bad. What do you mean I'm not that bad? Dude, that's a way easier... No shot. 1 second. I mean, they look different if you cut them open, but... Whatever, who cares? Cabbage smells like ass. I'm not that bad. I'm doing my best here. Satoshi stared at the heaps of broccoli and cauliflower. How can you even confuse fucking broccoli and cauliflower? I don't get this. After thinking for a while, he reached out for the wrong one. That's not it. Watching you shop is like being on a roller coaster. It's a lot of fun for me, though. You got me. Still can't tell the difference either. Which is broccoli and which one is cauliflower. You guys are too funny. This is where it like ends up being really fucked because you find out they're like conditioned because of being abused, so it has nothing to do with them not being able to tell. They're just like mind fucked. Since it told me that Satoshi was a flaky big brother to his nagging little sister. I hadn't met Satoko, but she must be having a tough time dealing with Satoshi. He stumbles over everything he buys after all. That's cooking salt. It's mixed with pepper. It's different from regular salt. Oh, is it? I think I saw salt and pepper separate in a science experiment once. What? Stop making an excuse to just put it back on the shelf. This is not normal, or this is normal salt. What are you getting next? My whole meme here is that I think that Satoshi probably knows this isn't Mion. You're being a great help, Mion. You look smart, but you have serious issues. I think you should study more. It's a little harsh. There. Is this it? In it goes. Ah, that's not it. Don't just throw anything in the basket. Check the price and how many servings it is first. Fuck! My first impression of Satoshi was that he was strong and reliable. But the more I spoke to him, the more surprised I was at how clumsy and unreliable he was. How do I put it? It was hard to leave him alone. He was dangerous on his own. If he wasn't careful, he might start wondering, do you cross the street when the light is red? Or was it green? And then get himself run over by a dump truck. The total is 1780 yen. You have a member's card? Huh? Oh yeah, I do. Where is it? Oh sorry, we can't seem to find it, so it'll be alright for today. Finished checking out, ignoring Satoshi as he finished. Fuck, I'm having a stroke. Ignoring Satoshi as he fished through his wallet full of receipts. That was horrible, Mion. You made me waste points. Look how slowly fishing through your wallet to look for your member's card in the middle of the evening shopping rush. There was a huge line behind us. Did you notice all the evil glares from all the old ladies? Listen, at times like that, you should get it out before reaching the register. True! Oh, right. That's good to know. It's not only when you go shopping. The same thing goes for when you ride a bus. Satoshi, I bet you don't open your wallet and start looking for change until you're about to get off and have to pay while holding up everyone behind you. Everyone walks by me and pays their own fare. You know what that means? You're being a super huge bother to everyone. You need to have the money out beforehand. It's just good manners. Do you get it? Oh, okay. You're scary today, Mion. Satoshi smiled as if patronizing me. Couldn't believe it. He was definitely the type who made women want to protect him. Sure, he was fine as he was when he had a busybody like me around him, but I couldn't stop worrying whether he was able to function in society without someone like that nearby. We got plastic bags and sorted out what we bought. Satoshi put a pack of tofu at the bottom of the bag. I slapped his hand and put in a milk carton instead. Okay, there we go. Now your aunt won't freak out when she opens this shopping bag in her kitchen. Thanks. You helped me a lot. I don't think I'm very good at shopping. Just shopping. It's definitely not the only thing. Just kidding. I had realized a few things while I was spending time with him today. He's not just bad at shopping, he's chronically clumsy. In general, you can call him a slow thinker. That's one way to put it. Just call him slow, too, if you wanted to, but... That meant when he stepped into the quarrel with the punks, he must have needed a lot of courage. He might be a simpleton, but he's not stupid. Dude, I really don't like Shion. She has such a high and mighty air about her. It is so cringe, dude. He's aware of his weaknesses, so he must have been aware of the danger in that situation. He could have chosen to walk away even though I was in trouble, but he chose to be a man and stepped in. That was really admirable of him. Boy, you did a great job. There. What is it? Don't stroke my head. I'm rewarding you for shopping successfully today. There. You're making fun of me, aren't you, Mion? No, I'm not. Can you go home by yourself? Do you know how to get there? You are making fun of me. He's about to go squad W. You better be careful. Satoshi's sulky face flushed red. At that point, I caught a glimpse of a billboard from the corner of my eye. Piano lessons, call blank. Abacus class, junior baseball team, members wanted. It was a posting for the team Satoshi belonged to. It showed the day, time, and place of their next practice. Oh my god, so that's why she was the baseball manager. By then I knew just how flaky he was. I figured he must be just the same when playing baseball. Satoshi realized that I was reading the posting. He looked uncomfortable and walked away. I know what you're thinking. I beg you, Mion. Don't come see me play baseball. Am I right? What does that mumbling mean? I know I'm right. Satoshi became quiet after mumbling something. It seemed like he couldn't say anything back since I had been right on the money. Satoshi, you're just too cute. I don't think going silent is a good way to dodge the issue. I'll be real with you. I don't know. I don't know how to feel yet. I still don't like Shion at all. Nothing has changed. But, I still don't like her. And I think that my swap theory might have been right, considering everything that's been happening. I don't think going silent is a good way to dodge the issue. Well, that might have just been the way innocent people like him would react in a situation like that. See you, Satoshi. It's getting dark. Be careful on your way back. Aren't you going home, Mion? To Hinamizawa? I have to make a stop somewhere first. Don't worry about me. I'll help you this time, in return. I'm okay. What are you gonna help me with anyway? You should learn to support yourself before you try to help me. You're really mean today. You seem to have some pride at least. He looked a bit upset because he was teased by a girl, but in contrast, I felt very satisfied. As a result, I forgot to keep my guard up. Thank you for helping. It was sweet of you. Wearing a bright smile, he started stroking my head again. I know he's teasing me, but I can't reject him. He keeps doing it only because he's realized I won't resist. I wonder when all the illusion of this is going to start crumbling for everyone. I wonder whenever when everyone's going to figure out, because like we obviously know, given the future, considering we've played technically in the future, that everybody finds out and this doesn't become like a secret anymore. The question is, like, obviously Satoshi's gonna figure out sooner or later. So, yeah, we'll see here, I guess. But, it's gonna come down sooner or later. Yeah, see you in school tomorrow too. In fact, I wouldn't see him tomorrow at all. Felt awkward, but I had to settle for that. I had to thank Sis for letting me use her name. After I separated from him, I found myself giddy and wishing to see him again as soon as possible. I wanted to know more about him. I couldn't wait for my next chance. Actually, maybe there was something I could do. Just like when I obtained my freedom at St. Lucia's. I could choose how to live my life. Holy fuck, I'm having a stroke today. I can't read. Whatever, it wasn't that complicated. I just wanted to tease him more. I wanted him to stroke my head more. And whatever. I already knew the schedule for his baseball team. Because, like, obviously we know she becomes the manager for the baseball team, and she stops showing up after Satoshi disappears. So part of me thinks here, like, when the fuck is this, like, charade gonna end? Because even Dr. Irie knew about this, right? So, like, there's only so much that they can, like... When was this? 324, and then this is 450. Damn, so this chapter was kind of short. A crumpled diary. So let me put something down in the notes real quick. Okay, my aunt finally stopped her hysterical screaming. Today was just like any other day. Can't remember what set her off. Whatever it was, she changed subjects constantly anyway. Didn't matter. She went on past midnight again. The urge to sleep was pounding in the back of my head. Once Satoko had been able to relax, she fell down on the spot and started sleeping, still clinging to my sleeve. I carried Satoko to the bedroom and laid out on our futons. Here, Satoko, your futon's ready, so get in, okay? Satoko crawled in like a worm. She stopped moving once she was inside. I wished I could go to bed too, but I couldn't. My aunt asked me to do some chores. I had to get toothpaste after school tomorrow. I had to write it down somewhere. I had to make rice for lunch tomorrow. I set the timer. Right. I also had to repile the towels in the bathroom. That was the reason for today's scalding. My aunt will get mad if everything isn't done the way she wants. Oh, and there was something else. I was working at the grocery store the next day. They wanted me to bring an apron. Did we even have an apron in this house? I'd never seen one. My aunt will be sleeping when I go to school, so I won't have time to ask her. What should I do? Since Mion helped me get that job, I don't want to screw it up. In that case, why don't I ask Mion about it at school? She might lend me one. Is there anything else? I was envious of Satoko, because she got to go to bed. It was pathetic that I felt that way. So that's an event that didn't really happen that we saw. Like, Shion didn't really help him get a job. Hmm. Okay. Let us continue. Hey there, how you guys doing in the heat? Oh, Mion, we're doing good. Is that our refreshment? Thanks a bunch. You're such a great manager. Just felt like coming here. I didn't bring this for you, by the way. And don't treat me as your manager without my permission, please. It would be a stronger team if you were our manager, Mion. Why don't you apply? As manager, I mean. So she smiled at me in a carefree manner. I didn't want to become their manager. It'd be tiresome. I've been coming every week, though, so I'm a quasi-manager already. Well, if I feel like it. Anyway, how's Satoshi doing, coach? Is his batting average improving? Yeah, he's doing great. He's hitting 100. His batting average as well. If you buy 3 rice... Okay, dude. Does that mean it's 30%? Wow. Wait. He's batting 300? Bro, if he's batting 300, he's raking. What a guy. It's not just about the number, Mion. I have to be able to hit the ball when it really counts. So what you're saying is you're not clutch. It's good that you're aware of your weaknesses, Satoshi. You just continue working on them for now. Irie signaled to the pitcher, who then threw them the ball. Satoshi looked calm, following the ball with his eyes, then he swung. Whack. The ball flew between the first and second bases and landed in the distance. Wow, that's great. Good job, Satoshi. I clapped and Satoshi blushed in response. He repositioned his helmet to hide his face. Well, he's good in practice, and when the game was slow. Irie smiled compassionately. Seemed that Satoshi really couldn't perform well when it counted. While he was usually good when everybody expected him to perform, he couldn't. I didn't think it was because of nervousness. He just couldn't do it. I think it's a perfect fit for Satoshi's character. He seems calm at first glance, but he's actually slow. Dude, Shiona's so mean, dude. She's so backhanded. It's unbelievable. Numerically speaking, you're a great player, but you need to be able to hit the ball even when things get serious. That's why you were an easy out in the match with the Utica Jaguars the other day. Yukita. I said Utica because I'm thinking of fucking... shut up. I know that. If he'd been able to hit that ball, then he would have been a hero. What a shame. Hit could have put the offense into the lead, or at least given them an extension. That was when Satoshi came up to bat. Irie wanted him to live up to everybody's expectation, but statistically that wasn't likely to happen. Yet Irie insisted on giving him a chance, in spite of the fact that all the team members had suggested a pinch hitter. Excuse me. Would have been perfect if you could have hit it. Why didn't you? Why can't you hit the ball in a situation when it really matters, dude? He's gonna start getting tilted. There's nothing I could do. I know I'm weak in a situation like that. I thought a pinch hitter was a better idea too. It's not about the match, it's about you, Satoshi. You need to be more aggressive. Shouldn't you have thought the opposite way? Shouldn't you have insisted that you'd come up to bat no matter what everybody else said? I can't believe you wanted to give away that chance to some pinch hitter. Why are you so weak like that? Dude, again. She's so mean. Holy fuck. I know this is supposed to be like, maybe even a little bit of teasing. Bro, this isn't teasing. Like, you're just being mean. That's what I'm always telling him. I know that's one of his good points too, but you can be a gentleman at other times, but when playing games, you should be a demon. I think all men should have those two sides of them. You need to let your demon out, Satoshi. You're native to Hinamizawa, so never forget that you have the demon's blood running through your veins. You listening, Satoshi? I am. I'm not sure, but... What aren't you sure about? We're talking about you. So whoa. Satoshi suddenly started stroking my head. He looked delighted for some reason. A blush immediately spread across my face. I didn't know how to respond. You're giving me advice, right? Thanks. I'll do my best. Hey, don't try to fool me. I'm not. I'm just happy that you care about me. I couldn't resist his hand. I couldn't help but mumbling like he does. Satoshi ran back to the field, leaving me red as a beet. Do you feel good when you have your head stroked? It depends. If it were you, I'd have to teach you a new martial arts technique. What a shame. Alright, everyone gather around. Why don't you split into groups and have a practice match? The Hinamizawa fighters are a sort of lazy team. The members gather simply to enjoy playing baseball, not to fight for victory. The Okinomiya Titans use this field too, but they practice on a different day of the week. They always train hard using dumbbells and stuff. Our team split into 2 groups and started a match, retaining their loose atmosphere. I'll keep track of the score. Coach, do you have a pencil? Thanks for helping out. Here. I took the pencil and the clipboard. Didn't know how to differentiate between recording hits and errors at first, but by now I was used to it. Yeah, dude, it's easy. Show me what you got, Satoshi. Oh, maybe it'll be too much pressure if I cheer for you too excessively. Just do okay then. It doesn't sound very encouraging either. Do your best. Time passed slowly that Sunday. Huge white clouds appeared in the sky. It made me feel healthy. Humans are born to be active under the sun. One of the parents was acting as umpire today, so Irie sat on the bench with me. I think I know that Irie's gonna lean over and he's like, "You're not Mion. You can stop pretending." He shouted words of encouragement to the kids while they ran to their positions. Any other baseball coach would constantly berate them, but he was much more generous, like a kindergarten teacher. He let the kids have fun while watching over them. To other baseball players, it might look a little naive. Surprised you guys can do well with only a small amount of practice. Positive reinforcement, dude. Kids in Hinamizawa romp around every day, so the amount of exercise they get surpasses that of the city kids. Besides, too much training is not always effective. Wow, you think completely different from the Okinomiya Titans. I can understand why their coach hates you. It's not about being right. Matches exist for someone to win, after all, so prioritizing victory certainly isn't wrong. I think it's admirable to aim for victory together, but the goal of our team doesn't happen to be victory, that's all. The Hinamizawa Fighters and the Okinomiya Titans have been rivals for a long time. Both teams shared the same baseball field for one thing, and originally, there was only one team, but the people living in Hinamizawa left and made their own. Anyhow, we were rivals. The Okinomiya Titans were strictly about winning, and the Hinamizawa Fighters were just about having fun. Surprisingly, our scores weren't that different, which meant our team had something they didn't. They had the mojo. Even though I couldn't put it into words, I knew what made that happen. Hey, Team 1, no slacking. Can make up the 2-point difference pretty easily. Team 2, no slacking either. Still, some parents would criticize our coaching for being too lenient. But still, others would strongly agree with him. Which side would I take? The latter? Couldn't really say for sure. The reason for this was that Irie had an obnoxious habit of sexual harassment. Yeah, we knew this. In particular, he had a fascination with maids, but I should talk about that some other time. Satoshi let the ball pass twice to see its trajectory, then hit it on the third pitch and ran to first base. Oh, he did it. He's so good when he's relaxed. In the beginning, he used to get tired very easily. He's improved quite a lot since then. He really does look kind of like a bookworm. I wonder why he started playing baseball in the first place. All the other kids who joined the baseball team really loved baseball. They'd go out to play in the fields outside of practice. That's why they all had an aptitude for it. But Sis never said that Satoshi exercises intensively in school or anywhere else. He only likes to read. So I didn't understand why he started playing for this team to begin with. It's because I invited him. That's so. You recruited him. Did you notice some sort of hidden talent? Excuse me, can I have a cup of barley tea? Ah, thank you. Irie asked for tea in a suspicious manner. While he constantly joked around, I knew he was actually a very mature person. I assumed he was trying to evade my question. Is there a particular reason? Irie pretended he didn't hear me, but I pressed him on it. In response, he shrugged and began answering the question. I think you might be able to guess. What would be Mion Sonozaki's guess? I quickly searched through the data I had on Satoshi. I came up with Satoshi's family circumstances. He lost his parents in an accident a year ago. Since then, he's been having a tough time at his uncle's home. So you invited him so that he could vent. Sports are great. You can free yourself through exercise. I thought that as long as he concentrated on something else, he could forget about his troubles at home. He's usually sort of a daydreamer, zoning out all the time. Is he still stressed? I knew Satoshi must be suffering, even though he didn't look like it. But Mion Sonozaki never pays attention to things like that, and I had to act like she does. Satoshi got really sick after his uncle took him into his custody. He had many clinical symptoms, but the causes were unknown. Satoshi often got sick. After he was taken into his uncle's custody, he suffered from fatigue and migraines. He suffered from a lack of energy and sleeplessness. The coach, Dr. Irie, soon realized Satoshi was suffering from a psychological disorder. Yeah, it's called fucking he's despairing about how bad his situation is. What the fuck? Most of the people in Hinamizawa knew how bad Satoshi's environment was. It was natural for him to become sick because he entered that bad environment right after his parents' death. Satoshi can't express himself freely, whether it's crying or simply being agitated. He's not good at handling those emotions. That's true. I can't imagine him being angry or crying. Did you know Satoshi's mother had been married a few times already? Yeah, I know a little bit about that. Satoshi's mother had married a number of men over the years. That meant Satoshi had several stepfathers. He had to deal with strangers coming into his home multiple times, so he was forced to be mature. Satoshi is mentally underdeveloped. He isn't aware of it himself, though. He didn't have enough time to cry, laugh, and throw tantrums in his childhood. He was forced to become a grown-up in just a short time. It doesn't sound right. Children had to behave like children in order to grow. There's nothing positive about being forced to become an adult. Not only was Satoko's current relationship with her aunt conspicuously terrible, I heard that her relationship with her previous stepfathers weren't good either. Satoko always caused problems, and Satoshi would always step in to protect her. I thought his physical symptoms came from stress. His body was trying to warn him. That's why Irie invited Satoshi onto the baseball team. He told Satoshi that he needed a new member. Or something like that. He hesitated at first, but after I talked to him at the clinic a few times, he began to open up to me. First, I invited him to come see the practice. Then I suggested he try batting. I eased him into it. Sports worked excellently for Satoshi. His health quickly improved and he started to become interested in baseball. He practiced batting. He was soon able to swing beautifully, and he learned how to see the trajectory of the ball. I can imagine that. He likes to read, so he must have read a book titled How to Play Baseball or something like that. He's become a good batter very quickly. He's put forth a lot of effort. Though I wish he could actually hit when it comes down to the wire, too. Are you guys close? I think so. He talks to me about his problems, so I guess it's a sign of trust. I felt a bit jealous of how confidently Irie said that. While Satoshi and I were friends, we weren't so close that we'd open up to each other like that. Oh, are you jealous? Ah, about what? Taken aback, I blushed. Irie started laughing at me. Please stay as good friend. Huh, well yeah, I'm trying. I didn't know what I was saying. You know regarding Satoshi, he seems a little sick again lately. What? Thwack. The ball flew to the left. But the left fielder managed to catch it. It seemed that the relationship between Satoko and her aunt had gotten worse lately. It was obvious his sickness had something to do with that. Their aunt is bullying Satoko in a terrible way. She's become worn out after all that. And so Satoshi's also worn out from covering for Satoko, isn't he? I wasn't interested in Satoko, so I switched the subject back to Satoshi. I didn't know much about Satoko. I knew that she was a big part of Satoshi's life, but I'd never been interested in her until today. She must have been building up self-esteem and taking care of her unreliable brother. That was all I knew about her. But, considering Satoshi's personality, even that goofiness of his might have been an act. Maybe he was trying to make her feel good about herself by letting her take care of him, if only unconsciously. When he's alone, he's surprisingly strong. I realized that only recently, so I couldn't help but think that his whole life is constantly affected by Satoko. Satoshi managed to get along with his stepfathers even though he experienced some stress. He's even getting along with his aunt. But in order to protect Satoko, he always had to step in and suffer. I didn't really know anything about Satoko, but I had to admit, I felt hostile towards her, dude. I knew it. I fucking knew it. This is why I hate this girl. This is such an omega lol. Like, why would you blame Satoko for what's happened instead of blaming the parents for just being like terrible fucking parents, like beating the shit out of their kids? You think maybe that would be what you would like focus on, but hey, you know. Sorry, maybe that's a little bit, that makes a little bit too much sense. I felt jealous because she was monopolizing him. Seems their aunt has been tyrannizing Satoko even more lately. That must be what's causing Satoshi's sickness. Irie heaved a sigh. As he said, Satoshi had been absent a few times lately. He seemed a bit tired, too. He looked normal when around everyone else, but he looked a bit depressed when he was alone. So you invited him to join the team to relieve his stress, didn't you? Yes, that's right. But he looks stressed again now. How can we save him this time? Huh, I don't know. Irie smiled powerlessly. I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed about that, because Satoshi put his trust in him. Just between you and me, Satoshi recently told me that he wanted to leave the team. Huh? How come? Claimed he was tired of it. One sec. People in my house have a habit of yelling. I don't know why. He claimed he was tired of it. That's what he said. But I believed he actually wanted to spend more time with Satoko. He thinks that Satoko might end up being tortured while he's at practice. I think he's concerned about that. I was left speechless for a while. Satoko again. Satoko. Why does Satoshi have to sacrifice so much for her? Just by ignoring her, his stress would melt away. Of course, I knew he couldn't do that. If that were the case, then the blame lay with his little sister. I knew how badly she'd been treated. But that only happened because she made things worse for herself. It was her fault that she couldn't establish a decent relationship with her aunt. Yes, dude. I think I know where this is going. I think I've been 1 billion% on base with about Shion's character. If Satoko were more mature like Satoshi, her home life wouldn't have gotten so bad. Satoshi wouldn't have had to suffer those indirect blows. In the meantime, the baseball team's practice match had become one-sided. It wasn't even worth watching anymore. The members of the losing team were just goofing off. The sky had turned cloudy too. It was depressing. It didn't look like it rained soon, though. The gray sky hadn't brought along any cool air. It just felt disgusting. Irie became quiet. He was looking down around his feet. I, meanwhile, just stared at Satoshi. To me, he didn't look active anymore. He was once able to enjoy playing baseball, and he felt fine. But he got sick again, just because the relationship between Satoko and her aunt had deteriorated. I couldn't help but say it. Shouldn't we do something about Satoko instead? It was just a murmur, but Irie had definitely caught it. What do you mean, Sonozaki? It's not that complicated. If Satoko were stronger, Satoshi wouldn't have to deal with stress. I think Satoko was the cause of everything. I don't know about that. Yes, you do. She didn't cause any trouble. He wouldn't have to step in, would he? He wouldn't have had to take over in the fight between Satoko and her aunt, right? Satoshi never got scared of any trouble. No matter how formidable the enemy, he'd bravely step up to protect the weak. I knew that because I could vividly imagine it. Whenever their aunt chid Satoko, Satoshi steps in to protect her. Their aunt probably didn't like it. Though Satoshi didn't have to fight, the aunt would attack him anyway. The fight would then be between the aunt and him. Satoko might then tease the aunt by sticking out her tongue, hiding behind his back and pretending to be scared. She'd never think about how deeply he was being hurt. Because of Satoko, Satoshi had become cornered and stressed. I'm surprised to hear this from you, Sonozaki. I thought you were Satoko's friend, her classmate, a big sister kind of figure. I thought you'd always be on her side, but what you've said is surprising to me. Irie looked at me suspiciously. I think Irie's gonna be the one that catches on here. I could tell what he was thinking about me. I'd said too much. Mion Sonozaki and Satoko Hojo are friends. They're close. So Mion should have been encouraging her after the situation at home got tougher. That's what Mion was supposed to do. Sorry, I was talking to my mom. I had totally forgotten about that and spoken as myself. It's only natural that Irie would give me a suspicious look. He might end up changing his impression of Mion entirely. I'd have to apologize to her about this, and ask her to put things right. I'd totally messed up. Even so, I didn't think I'd said anything wrong. I'd objectively looked at the situation and made a modest proposal. To be honest, I was simply afraid that he might leave the team. I couldn't go to the school in Himizawa, so the baseball field was the only place I could see him. I could even say that he was my reason for living. Oh, yikes. That's right, I was in love with him, but I wasn't gonna tell him how I felt, for I was satisfied just by being I can't read, I'm going too fast. Just by being by his side. I certainly couldn't ask for anything more. After all, I couldn't reveal my true identity. I had to pretend to be Mion in order to live in Okinomiya. I thought that maybe I should leave Okinomiya in order to be free, but that's stupid. No matter how tough my life might be, I'd prefer to be here, with Satoshi stroking my head every now and then. Why did I love him that much? I read about it in some manga once. You don't need a reason to be in love. I was surprised at myself for being like this. Calm down, Shion. She just said it. I breathed out slowly, then held my breath, trying to slow my throbbing heart. I felt a bit calmer. At that point, a clear thought came into my head. I want to be with Satoshi. So, I want him to stay on team. I want to get rid of his concerns and his stress. So what? So, what can I do to achieve all that? My head started to cool down as I heard the umpire shout, "Game, set, and match." Some days I see him, some days I don't. A clear sky gets cloudy, and rain will always stop eventually. I thought his absence was just like that. But he was actually on the verge of breakdown. The rainy season was just around the corner, and the air had become so humid that my shirt stuck to my skin. It had been a few weeks since Satoshi stopped showing up for baseball practice. I looked for him as soon as I arrived at the field. He's not here yet. Did I get here too early? I want to see him playing in the field right when I get there. I had started arriving late because of those feelings. However, he wasn't here today either. Didn't even bother hiding my disappointment anymore. Everybody knew by now how I felt. The team members from Mion's class came over to try and console me, but I shooed them away. What's going on, Sadazaki? Are you feeling sick? Even Irie couldn't comfort me. I was aware that he too knew why I was like this. I'm going home. I don't feel like watching practice today. Look, we're having a meeting with the Okinomiya Titans later. I want you to be there because you're our manager. Don't treat me like a manager. I never agreed to be one. Irie looked down, not knowing what to say. All right. Please help us again whenever you feel like it. Maybe I won't be coming back. If you really need a manager, look for somebody else. Please do come again, whenever you feel like it. Satoshi will be sad if you're not here when he comes back. I ignored him and turned around. I'd already set up my schedule with Mion, so I didn't have to ask her every time anymore. I tried to contact her a couple times to ask how Satoshi was doing in school, but I hadn't been able to get through to her. Apparently the hag had sensed that I might be in contact with Sis. In other words, Sis was being watched. As a result, it hadn't been easy to contact her. Kasai, who had been helping me contact her, seemed to also have been marked. People knew he was loyal to me. I hadn't seen him for a while either. All I could do was wonder how Satoshi was doing. Okay, one sec. Write this down. Okay, dude, the more and more I think about this, I'm like 1 fucking billion, 1 billion% positive in my head that I'm 100% right about what happened with Shion. And I do think Shion is the murderer now. I can say with conviction. Because I've been thinking here, because I'm going through my notes, right? The one thing that I remember in Chapter 2 was there was also a few people that were also killed that were kind of not talked about. And one of the big ones would be Oreo. Oreo died. She was killed in Chapter 2. She was strangled in her bed. So I think to myself, why would Mion kill Oreo? Not like she has much to do with it. Seemed like she's been pretty cool with her whole life. And that would be the same thing. Why would Mion kill Rika? Why would Mion kill Satoko? You know? Why would she kill Keiichi or try to? Seems like there's something that, doesn't quite add up here. And I think the reasoning here is that it was Shion that's been committing the murders. And these deaths start to make a lot more sense if you think about this. Shion seems to have a very weird backwards justification that she's giving. She keeps, instead of looking deeper at what the problem really is, so for instance, with the abuse that's happening in the Hojo house, instead of having the wherewithal to be oh, well, maybe the parents shouldn't be abusive pieces of shit, she seems to look at whoever she cares about, which is Satoshi, and she sees Satoko as an obstacle to his happiness because she, in a weird backwards way of thinking, is responsible, although she's not really going enough levels deep, because you could say, like, oh, well, Satoko is responsible for Satoshi's suffering. However, at the same time, you could also say, well, I mean, their parents are literally beating them and, like, treating them like dog shit. And that's the only reason why Satoko acts in the way she does. But we don't need to get too deep into this. Basically, what I'm saying, all along, we've been thinking that the murderer, or I've been thinking, not necessarily, I mean, you fucking played the game, most of you. But my thinking is that all along, the murderer has been doing this out of malice. And the funny thing is, I think that there might be some malice associated with it, but I don't think this started as malice. Because if I'm trying to make Shion's theory fit, right? Like, if I'm trying to make this make sense, you got to think why. This is another thing that makes sense in the scheme of things if you think about it. Why would Satoko be the one that keeps getting left? You know? Why would Satoko be the one that keeps getting left? Well, makes a lot of sense. If Shion was in love with Satoko, in reality, hurting Satoko as much as possible, it's right up her alley. And so it seems that in every single chapter, we've gone through some weird deviation of that style. Now, I don't know about the first chapter, okay? The first chapter is very odd. The first chapter doesn't fit this theory that I'm saying. So the first chapter, I don't know. We'll see about that. But the big thing is Satoko thinks she might be the one that's really cursed. But I think the thing is, like, look, I gotta put this, I'm gonna open up Paint. I don't know why, but I feel like I need to use Paint here to describe this. Because I'm gonna go Nostradamus on this and predict what's about to happen, okay? So let me do a window share here. Because I think I understand the logic behind this. And I could be wrong, and I'm probably wrong to a certain level, but I think if my theory about Shion being the killer is true, oh god, that's really off-centered. Okay, so here's how it goes, right? Let me make the brush size a bit bigger so I can see. Now, this is like a general timeline, okay? So my thinking is, okay, we don't know the whole mystery. If we're talking about the Shion aspect of this, it's only gonna start from, like, year 4 and onwards, okay? Because it doesn't make sense otherwise, right? Shion literally couldn't have done anything for the other years, right? But year 4, okay? Here, it's like, okay, because we basically know. Satoshi killed his aunt. There's no doubt, right? So, like, Satoshi goes missing after he kills his aunt. So we got to put ourselves in Shion's shoes, right? Shion's in love with Satoshi. So what ends up happening is he goes missing after his aunt is killed, right? Maybe he dies. Who knows? After this event happens, this can spur Shion on, because then Shion can think here. So we need to think. Think about chapter 2, think about chapter 3, even chapter 4, but chapter 4 we don't really care about. Chapter 4 was pretty stupid in the scheme of things. It's kind of pointless. Chapter 3 and chapter 2, right? We're thinking about this. The big thing that kept being drummed into us, I don't need Paint anymore. I also don't know why the fuck I opened this. It's actually totally pointless why I even brought it up. I'll put this back, but it's not needed. So the thinking is, right? So that first event happens. So we have to think through the eyes of Shion. You know, you're in love with Satoshi. And, you know, love is blind, and so is hatred. So what's going to end up happening is... Okay, I'm thinking too many things at once because I'm blending multiple timelines. Let's focus on chapter 2, okay? So we're looking at the events of chapter 2. What happens? Okay, we don't know all the extraneous circumstances because I think that there's like multiple like lines of thinking and of murder that's going on, right? Like there's different. So for instance, like I don't think Shion probably has anything to do with Takano and Tomatake. I don't know, but I don't think so. But my thinking is, if we're at least talking about the Watanagashi killings from the 4th year onwards, right? So she might be involved, but I don't think she would kill Satoshi considering what's been going on. But so this is what happens. Everybody says that Satoko is the one that's cursed, and this kind of makes sense, right? Because if she's trying to get at Satoko because she's developed a hatred of it because she thinks that Satoko is responsible for what has happened to Satoshi, then she can justify doing whatever it takes to cause harm to Satoko. So you can go down that line, whether that means like killing her friends like Rika, or directly trying to harm her, or we can even think about, like, let's pretend, like, if we want to make it make sense, the girl that turned up dead in the start of chapter 3 that caused the uncle to move in with Satoko. Is it crazy to think that maybe Shion was the one behind that, and she did that on purpose so that Satoko would suffer under her uncle? Like, I'm just trying to make it make sense. This is probably wrong, but let's just like pretend here for a second. And then at the same time, we think, okay, so then what happens when Keiichi shows up? Because there's a marked change that happens when Keiichi shows up. So if we're talking about chapter 2, we know that Mion falls in love with Keiichi in sort of the same way that Shion fell in love with Satoshi. And so what ends up happening then, I think, in my head, to make it make sense, is Shion is mad that Mion is getting to experience something that she didn't, because Satoshi basically got taken from her. And I think there might be like a weird jealousy that happens that makes her like, if I can't have it, nobody can. Because she seems kind of like quite a vindictive person. Just kind of why I don't like her. And my line of thinking here is that, like we were saying in chapter 2 with my theory, that it's possible that Shion was actually the one that was doing that, and she was doing all that shit under the pretense of just trying to hurt Mion. I think at a certain point in chapter 2, we're looking at two different things. So let's look at chapter 2 and chapter 3 in isolation. I think in the chapter 2 killings, that's like, we're going to assume that this is Shion, right? So if Shion's not, then this theory is total bunk, but let's assume that Shion is the villain or the killer. If that's the case, Shion is the one in chapter 2 doing this to Mion because it's a way to get at Mion, which is why she's so mean to Mion in chapter 2, which is why she's always trying to get with Keiichi, because she's trying to ruin what she never got to have for Mion, right? Everything falls apart, and then we can... Now, I don't know necessarily if Shion is the one that did the killings. I think she was the Mion... So when we went to the Sonozaki house at the end of the game, I'm positive that that's Shion now. She didn't show the tattoo to prove that it was Mion. Mion ended up dying later that day. Oreo was killed, which is another thing that stands out to me, because Oreo was also, in a very roundabout way, responsible for a lot of shit against Shion. We know that Mion had like a good relationship with her grandma. She'd have no reason to want to kill her. So I think it makes sense in a roundabout way that Shion is doing this. Okay, I don't want to ramble. Let me make this concise. In chapter 2, if Shion is the killer, I think all the killings can be explained as her taking out her anger about what happened on Mion, because Mion got put into a similar situation as her, where she was able to have like that relationship with Keiichi that she wanted with Satoshi, which she never got. And so her vindictive like rage kind of comes out because, if I can't have it, nobody can. And I think that in chapter 3, what we see is that it's not exactly the same thing anymore, because we don't then see that unfold in the same way in chapter 3. What I think in chapter 3 is we have a Shion who is more, I would say, aligned with this Shion that we're playing as right now, where she has like this focus of it, Satoko bad, right? And she's just going to do whatever she can to cause as much harm as possible to Satoko. And that's what she's doing. So I think if Shion is involved, we have two clear motives. The chapter 2 would be Shion like getting her vengeance and like fucking with Mion and trying to hurt her as much as possible, because I'm assuming at some point in this chapter, I don't know what timeline this is on yet. It's impossible to know because we're not at the point where we could tell which one we're on yet, because we're a year prior still. but depending on what chapter we're in, I guess technically right now we'd be in all the chapters because the chapters only deviate in 1983 when Keiichi shows up. It doesn't deviate before that. But in whatever thing we're in now, we're basically setting up the groundwork for why Shion is the way she is, which means that Shion's going to act like this in every chapter. And I think that chapter 2 is her taking out her rage on Mion and everybody else who fucked with her. So that's like why Oreo ends up dead, why she tries to kill everybody around Mion, because she's trying to get at Mion. She's trying to hurt her as much as possible. And then you have the chapter 3 Shion, which is sort of a different spin on the same take, where instead of now having her anger directed at Mion, instead in chapter 3, her anger is then directed at Satoko. So then in chapter 3, that kind of aligns with the theory, like when we heard earlier on, I think it was Takano? I don't know who said it, but somebody said that, like, oh, that Satoko is actually the one who's cursed. And then Satoko told us the idea that, like, oh, the real curse doesn't actually kill you. The real curse is that everybody that you love dies around you. And that would make sense, right? Because if this line of thinking follows where she really hates him, it would make sense if it follows through and she's trying to kill everybody off to, like, make up for what happened, to get at Satoko because of Satoshi. Because in the end, like, she's going to view that Satoko was responsible for Satoshi leaving her because Satoshi killed his aunt to break, like, the deadlock that was present. And I think that's what's happening. I could be totally wrong, but it's very plausible, at least, that if Shion is evil, that, or not evil, because this is what I meant earlier when I said that there might not necessarily be malice involved, as in Shion might not. Okay, so Shion might have started this under, like, a pretense of this not being bad. Like, she might have got into something or did something, like, put it this way, she probably got wrapped up with Satoshi with what he was doing because she's so close to him. I don't know when the veil of, like, this Shion-Mion dilemma that's in this chapter is, whenever it's going to get revealed that they're two different people. But I think what's going to end up happening is, well, I mean, we know we're probably going to see the what the fuck is the name? The ant. We're going to probably witness the ant killing in this, I would think. This is the first time we've seen Satoshi. And it feels like they're kind of setting that up, talking about how Satoshi's depressed, how the situation at home is getting worse. You know, they're kind of like leaning into that a little bit. So I won't be surprised if we see that. And I think that this might be like the spur that shows us, like, where Shion went after this. Now, again, huge caveat, big asterisk next to this. This is assuming that Shion is, like, the true evil villain. I 100% am even more convinced now that Shion is absolutely involved to some level. This doesn't necessarily mean that she's the overarching person. And again, as we've said before, those killings that happened in the first, realistically, the first 4 years, or the first 3, Shion literally couldn't have done anything. The first one, she was a kid, and we're pretty sure that they didn't do that. And the next 2 years, she was at a boarding school, so it literally couldn't have done it. We don't know about this 4th year one. She very well could. And then obviously the 5th year one changes in each game. Now, the only thing that does kind of like pops the balloon that is this theory is it doesn't really make sense when you consider the first chapter. You know? We don't really care too much about what's it called? Sorry, I just had a stroke. In the first chapter, I actually have no clue what I was trying to say. In the first chapter, it doesn't really line up at all with the other two. I don't really know how that makes sense in the, like, so let's say, like, my Shion theory is true. It doesn't really make sense how she's involved in the first one. She very well could be, because, I mean, she obviously still exists. But, yeah, I don't know. Very weird. Okay, let's finish this off, because I'm going to have some bad news for you at the end of this chapter. We're probably stopping after this chapter. But I have good news, I guess, to go along with that. I was frustrated because there was no way for me to know. My head filled with worries. But something surprised me out of the blue. Somebody called out to me when I was about to leave the field on my bike. It's Rena. It's Rena. No shot. No shot. It's Rena. No shot. One second. One second. I'm going to write a little bit of notes because I said all that shit and I think it made a lot of sense, but I didn't actually write any of it down. I'm going to write this down real quick, and I also want to write down that Shion has actually had encounters with Rena before. And we know that Rena is like very scarily perceptive, so. Dude, the more that I play this game, the more I get excited for Yumi Neko too, because I did say we're gonna play that when my school is over. So by time we'll probably finish this game like around the time I finish school, like within the next month. So we'll probably play Yumi Neko right away after, considering the time limit, because of how much I have to stop because of school. Sorry, let me just finish typing this. Okay. Da-da-da-da. I still gotta get that fucking Yumi Neko project set up though. It's so fucking confusing. Also, but I didn't also really give it the time of day to pay attention, so. Okay, sorry. Done typing. Me, hello. I'd never seen this girl before. Luckily, she called me me. There's only one person who refers to me on that way as far as I know. Rena, I'm surprised to see you here. Her name is Reina Ryugu. Her real name is Reina, but she wants to be called Rena. So that's what we call her. She moved here in April. Boom. We actually didn't know Rena's exact move-in date. I had some info on her, but it was all ambiguous. Sis was a bit uncertain about her since she's so new. It was hard for me to handle someone like that. I didn't know how to act around her as Mion, so I decided to pretend to be in an oblivious, sulky mood. That way she wouldn't talk to me as much, assuming that Mion was simply feeling bad. Well, that's how I really am anyway. Are you going home, Mi? Yeah. Are you not feeling well? Sorry. Go together then. I wanted to say that I'd rather be alone. There's only one road to Hinamizawa, dude. Reina's gonna catch her in her lie. So asking to be alone would be odd. The only way to not seem suspicious would be to walk home with her. Yeah, let's go. Reina quietly nodded. I unlocked my bike. Mi, do you have an umbrella? Nope. It might rain soon, so let's hurry a bit, since you don't have one. As she predicted, we were attacked by pouring rain on our way. We ended up taking shelter in a small shack in front of a bus stop. It's pouring, but it doesn't look like it's going to last long since the sky over there is clear. Yeah. I heard the sound of rain pattering on the rooftop and the raindrops jumping into puddles. It sounded loud, but it made me feel strangely calm. I zoned out for a moment. Then Rena talked to me while looking up at the rainy sky. I was worried about you, because you look so down. All the baseball team members knew I was depressed because I hadn't seen Satoshi recently. Most of them attend school in Hinamizawa, so it was surprising that she knew as well. I feel kind of bad in a sense, too, that Mion kind of got pigeonholed into, like, the actions of Shion. I'm assuming that Mion didn't dislike Satoshi at all, but, like, everyone's, like, treating her like she's in love with him, and, like, you know, I mean, she's in love with Keiichi. Obviously not at this point yet, because they literally don't even know they exist, but who cares? I hadn't been able to contact Sis these past few weeks. Sorry. But I was sure she had an idea of how I feel about Satoshi, and how I would feel if he didn't come to his baseball practice. She was probably pretending to act a little depressed during her day-to-day in Hinamizawa to avoid creating a big gap between our moods. But neither of us knew the details about the other right now, so she wouldn't be able to answer if others asked her what was wrong. She'd only be able to say, leave me alone. That might lead to more people becoming worried. Rina must have thought Mian was depressed. That must be why she came all the way to see me. I wonder if Rina's going to chew her out and catch her in her lie. She must have known what was going on because she knew that I was at the baseball field. Do you feel lonely because Satoshi is avoiding us? Having deduced what had been going on with Satoshi from what she just said, he'd been distancing himself from others lately because of exhaustion. That's what it sounded like, at least. He looked like he was very worried about Satoko. I think he's really on edge. I feel bad for him. He really cares about his sister. He has a lot of courage. What I'd said sounded hollow, as I knew too well how much of a burden Satoko had become. But I think he'd feel even worse if you also looked that depressed, I'd think. I don't want that. I know. But if you really don't, you need to smile for him. Otherwise, he might feel really cornered. I know you're strong. You can smile, even if it's just pretend. So I want you to smile no matter what. You know what lies? You know that lies can become true sometimes. That's true, actually. What she was saying in a nutshell was this. Both Satoshi and Satoko were totally wiped out. If Mion was also depressed, even though she's the sort of person who usually lightens the mood, their situation would be stuck in a vicious cycle. Rina sounded more like she was trying to give me advice than trying to console me. She must be more mature than she looks. Sis told me that she was a funny girl with a few bad habits, but she seemed to have another, very mature side to her. Do you love Satoshi? Yeah. Though I shouldn't have told her that. I immediately responded, in that case, why don't you smile? Rina smiled herself. I believe Satoshi will feel better if he sees you smile. I know you feel powerless, but your smile will give him strength. I know what you're saying, but it's not that easy. Rina giggled and nodded. He'll come back after he's done with his part-time job. His part-time job? I almost asked that question, but I managed to stop myself. From the tone of Rina's voice, it sounded like it was something everybody knew. His part-time job, huh? I wonder when it'll end. Until he has enough money, I guess, but he'll finish by Satoko's birthday at the latest. I tried to figure out what was going on from what she said. I had to listen very carefully to uncover the whole picture. Dude, it's so weird. I'm such a Mion shrimp, and because I don't want people to think that Mion is one way when she's not, you know? Because I'm a massive shrimper. So at the same time, I'm sitting here and I'm feeling bad inside because I'm like, damn, bro, everyone's describing feelings to Mion. This girl might not even have. Like, does Rina think? Like, I mean, maybe Mion is also in love with Satoshi, but like, it feels like she's getting pigeonholed a bit here. Satoshi seemed to be working in order to make some money. I don't think it's easy to find a new job when you're still in school. This might have had something to do with it. His job only seemed temporary, and it seemed to have something to do with Satoko's birthday. It wasn't that difficult to figure out. So she was working and saving up to buy his little sister something expensive for her birthday. He was trying to comfort her. Even though he was so torn up himself. Satoko again. Satoshi was already worn out because of her, and he was now working for her sake, even though he was exhausted. How stupid. It'd be easier for him to just forget about Satoko. Oh my god, that fucking scared me. I was startled when I realized Rina was looking straight into my eyes. She was smiling, but her eyes looked creepy. I never voiced what I was thinking, but she was looking at me as though she figured out that I was blaming Satoko. She beamed when she noticed my fear. She smiled as though she understood that I thought that way because of love. She was giving me the creeps. I could hear thunder roar in the distance. The rain began to pick up. Dude, this is where you get like the creepy Rina where it's like, bitch, how do you know so much? Do you feel jealous of Satoko because she monopolizes Satoshi? I avoided answering immediately this time, but Rina seemed to know what I was thinking already. I wouldn't be upset even if you did. That's just how it is when you're in love. Thanks. You've been encouraging Satoko despite that. That's admirable. Of course I have. She's my friend. I sounded so fake. I felt like spitting on the floor. All we can do is encourage Satoko and Satoshi. I don't know how to save them from their situation. Satoko was relying on Satoshi way too much. If she were stronger, he wouldn't have to suffer in her place. Huh, you sound really straightforward. Rina nodded with an unflinching smile, even though our remarks could be taken as harsh. What was this mysterious girl thinking? It was difficult to get a read on her. Maybe Satoshi feels that way too. Feels that way a little too. Huh? Rina kept smiling, but her smile looked strangely cold. I think he's tired of protecting Satoko, and he's aware of that. Given the type of person Rina is, I don't think she'd say something if she wasn't certain of it. Because of that, she must have been confident in what she just told me. Why do you think that? He said so. Yikes. I mean, I don't blame him. I don't really like Satoko, but... What? Satoshi secretly confessed to her. Rina asked me to keep it that way. Satoshi told me that he felt tired of protecting Satoko. He was feeling guilty, though. I don't think he would say something like that, but however, it wasn't likely that Rina was lying. I just met her, so I didn't know what made her feel that way, but my hunch told me that she was telling the truth. I heaved a huge sigh. Satoshi must have gotten so tired that he couldn't help telling someone. Even so. Even if he thought that way, he wouldn't tell someone so easily. Maybe Rina led him to do so. She might be capable of doing something like that. I don't understand this girl. I have a funny meme that she's gonna get tilted at Rina now. That they didn't tell, that she, Satoshi didn't, that Satoshi didn't tell Shion, or herself, instead of Rina. It had only been a little while since we'd met, but I already started talking about something I was keeping deep inside of me. Does she have some kind of supernatural power to reach into people's minds and drag out what they're thinking? Suddenly it hit me that I was sitting with this creepy girl in a tiny shack. I've been dragged into her strange world. I don't think Sis had realized Rina's real personality. She thinks Rina's just a funny girl with some strange habits. She would have told me if she knew. I guess Satoshi must trust you a lot if he confessed that to you. I'm a little jealous. Not because he trusts me. I think it's because I've experienced the same thing. You what? You also have to cover for your siblings once. Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me. Jesus. Huh. I kind of just blew my fucking footsteps theory out of the water, huh? Huh? Sorry, Rina. What are you talking about? I turned around to face her and got chills. Though she was smiling, her eyes looked ice cold. I trembled and froze, with my eyes open. Have you experienced anything like that? I guess not. Probably. Rina kept laughing self-derisively. I tried to figure out what she was saying. You ever thought of leaving Hinamizawa and moving to a big city? Have you ever thought of doing something like that? Didn't know how to respond. Rina waited for my answer, urging me to speak with her silence. No, I love it here. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? I knew that. Didn't seem like a good idea to lie to her. Rina had some kind of power I couldn't grasp. She can read people's minds just by seeing the slightest change in their expressions, so I had to tell her the truth. You'll be okay if that's true. Oh, Yashiro won't get mad at you. Oh, Yashiro? That's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. I couldn't understand why she mentioned that name. My mind stopped for a moment. That's right, Oh, Yashiro. She calmly repeated the name, as if trying to teach me something. Yeah, I remember. Oyashiro never allows heathens to desecrate Hinamizawa. Oyashiro never allows the villagers to leave either. Those are the rules, slowly, are called the fear of the curse which supposedly caused the dismemberment, murder, and the death of the Hojo couple. When I was sent to that institution, I had this fear. I was scared that if I went to that faraway boarding school, I'd fall under the curse. But I should be okay. I escaped from the school and returned to my hometown, to Okinomiya to be precise. But I should be okay according to the kids' rules, because I love Hinamizawa. The hag forces me to live in this suffocating life, but I still choose to stay in this place. I don't believe I'm breaking Oyashiro's rules. Even though the Sonozaki family had selfishly banished me to a remote place, I came back here anyways. Oyashiro should even bless me for that. I guess I'm trying to convince myself that the curse doesn't apply to me, but I think I'm still afraid of it. I love this place, so I don't think I qualify for Oyashiro's curse. You could even call me a model villager. Yeah, I think so too. I'm not so sure about Satoshi. Why? Satoshi wants to leave Hinamizawa and run far away, even if only unconsciously. Huh? I gave an inaudible cry. Well, I was feeling sad that Satoshi hadn't shown up for practice. He still lived in Hinamizawa, so I'd never even considered the thought of him going away. Are you saying that he wants to skip town? Yes. He's not aware of it himself, though. Probably didn't notice it until Oyashiro stood by his bed. So Rina is saying that it's Oyashiro's footsteps. Funny, I wonder if that by extension could also mean it's Rika. I still had no idea what she was talking about. I continued trying to figure out what she was saying. Everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro's curse. You feel like someone is watching you from a distance, and it follows you. Then it watches from right behind you. After that, you start hearing an extra footstep. It only happens outside at first, but you start hearing it even inside your house after a while. Then Oyashiro keeps watching you, even when you're sleeping in the dark, right by your side, waiting silently, for you to admit your sin. Satoshi told me he was having nightmares at first, so I asked him what kind of dreams he was having. And those dreams he was having, as it turned out, were just like mine. I warned him that the presence would become bigger. He'd hear an extra footsteps and feel the presence watching him in his sleep. I told him to come to me if that ever happened. He must have been suspicious at first, but just as I predicted, he started to feel Oyashiro's presence more strongly. He finally realized he could talk to me about it. Rina didn't look like she was joking. She just calmly told me what had been going on. I couldn't even move. I couldn't tell if her words were a joke or the truth. I could only feel stunned. I'm from Hinamizawa, originally, but I moved to Ibaraki Prefecture right before I went to elementary school. However, when I couldn't adjust to my new environment, Oyashiro frequently started telling me to return to Hinamizawa in my head, but I couldn't do anything since I was just a little kid. I was forced to live there, though I felt threatened by Oyashiro's voice. Then, Rina paused. It looked like she didn't want to go into the details of what followed. In general, she confused me even more. Anyway, I was able to come back here in the end. Oyashiro forgave me. I haven't felt his presence anymore since then. Satoshi is being subjected to the curse even though he's in Hinamizawa. Why? There can only be one reason. Because he wishes to abandon Hinamizawa. Oyashiro wouldn't allow that. After a series of inner monologues, he confessed. You know he's working part-time, don't you? The teddy bear he's getting for Satoko costs about 100,000 yen. Holy shit. Is that $1,000? Yeah, that's $1,000. And he's trying to get the... Dude, why is he fucking... He's trying to get the money by her birthday. Fucking teddy bear's up. 100,000 yen. Bro, that's fucking 1,200 Canadian. Goddamn. Haven't you noticed it yet? Think about it like this. If he had that amount of money, there'd be enough for him to run away somewhere far away from here. He unconsciously started to think about that. About leaving Satoko behind, but he'd feel very guilty. As you pointed out, Satoko was a burden on him. He's not stupid, so he's aware of that. He just doesn't want to admit it because he's the one who's supposed to protect his little sister. He's been struggling with himself. He thinks he's working to please Satoko on her birthday. But he also feels that he might be deceiving himself because he unconsciously wants to skip town with that money. I don't think he should run away. Even if he did, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Oyashiro knows that. That's why Oyashiro is trying to warn him. I hope Satoshi stops thinking of abandoning Satoko. He's working hard to make it to Satoko's birthday, which is a couple of days after the Watanagashi festival. He's pushing himself too hard. He believes it'll end when Satoko's birthday comes. The curse keeps cautioning him. Well, he tries to figure out whether he should leave or continue protecting her. The torrential rain didn't seem to want to stop. It kept pouring down on the galvanized iron roof, producing a loud noise. Yet in the shack, it felt completely silent. What the hell was Rina talking about? I couldn't grasp even half of what she was saying. Holy shit. So, she's basically giving what we thought. So, he's conflicted. Basically. Because he's tired of protecting her and he's tired of the shit he's going through, but he would feel bad if he left her, so. The only thing I had figured out is that Satoshi was struggling, confused, and in lots of pain. He's suffering from Oyashiro's curse, and Rina has experienced that before. The Watanagashi festival was right around the corner. I'm guessing that's the end of the chapter? Oh no, Oyashiro's curse had struck 3 years in a row. There was no guarantee that it wouldn't strike a fourth. Satoshi was subject to Oishiro's curse even now. Was he going to skip town? Was he going to be the next victim of Oishiro's curse? Either way, he might disappear forever. Could I do something to prevent it? If I didn't do anything, it would all come to a hopeless end. End? I started feeling a sense of dread. I didn't buy the crazy story Rina told me. But if something really was happening to Satoshi... one sec here. Huh. Sorry, just writing a thing here. But if something really was happening to Satoshi, which might bring about some kind of an end, I couldn't help feeling scared. It's true, isn't it? My instinct is always correct. I decided to contact Mion despite the danger. Mion got upset at first, but she had to listen to me. Sis, what's going on with Satoshi? He looks really stressed out. I can't even talk to him. What do you mean? You know what's going on because you can't... You don't know what's going on because you can't talk to him? Sorry. Sis, give me another chance to trade spots again. That's fine, but I'm kind of busy lately attending meetings for the festival. What are you planning to do? Another part-time job? I'm going to your school. And there it is. Oh no, dude. I guess this happened all before, but... Two tips, okay. So as I said, unfortunately, we're gonna read these tips and we're gonna toot it for now. Toot it and boot it, you might say. Notebook page 21. Notebook page 21. Why don't I relate my encounter with that creepy girl in the rain? Her name is Rina Ryugu. Her real first name is Reina. I have no idea what kind of girl she really is. One thing is certain, she has no relation to the Sonozaki family. Okay, I actually wanted to know this. So, Rina actually does have literally no relation to them. So I've wondered this for a while. Okay. Ryugu family used to live in Hinamizawa. They then moved to Ibaraki. That was before she went to elementary school. They returned to Hinamizawa some years later. Rina Ryugu said she came back because Oishiro told her to. I don't know what that means. She said it was the curse of Oishiro. That Oishiro had stalked her. I think it was probably a hallucination, but Satoshi had been interested in that experience. She said that Satoshi was also experiencing Oishiro's curse. Satoshi told her that he was being followed by some unknown existence. He was surprised to learn that Rina had the same experience before. What is Oishiro's curse? Why did Rina and Satoshi have a similar experience? I believe that means that somebody put them under surveillance. Somebody must be spying on the next victim of the curse. Since Rina and Satoshi both blindly believed in Oyashiro's curse, they interpreted it as Oyashiro's presence. If paranoia kicked in, they'd feel as if they were experiencing paranormal phenomena. Judging from what Rina said, it would seem that Satoshi had been put on surveillance since long before Watanagashi. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Okay, one sec. So one question comes to mind. Why were they watching Rina? I'm assuming that this surveillance was placed on a victim to be of that era. If so, I don't understand why Rina went through it. Why did they watch her even though she was living so far away? If she was considered somebody who had abandoned the village, I could understand. But she didn't fall victim in the end. Maybe she was forgiven because she came back. I guess she still knows something I don't. So Rina is the key to this big lock of a puzzle. Satoshi looked terrible. When he went home, he had to mediate. I thought it was meditate. He had to mediate a fight between Satoko and their aunt. He became mentally exhausted. He went to work every day. He became physically exhausted. He no longer wanted to communicate with his classmates. He either slept on his desk or was gone somewhere during lunch break. He used to be really gentle. It was painful to see him suffering like that. On top of all that, he was dealing with the curse of Oyashiro. He must have been completely, totally, and absolutely exhausted. That curse was a form of surveillance by those planning to victimize Satoshi that year. That means that the other victim was in the same situation. Satoshi's aunt had also been watched. Did she notice any presence? What about the others? Did the victims of the previous incidents also experience it? I need to investigate the facts in order to prove the curse on Satoshi was actually just surveillance. Is it surveillance, paranoia, or really the curse? Okay, so... Okay, folks, it's going to be all for today. I know it's a rather short stream, but it was enough of a refresher to get me back. I feel quite confident in a lot of the theories that I put forward. But what we're going to do now, I will give you at least some good news to go along with this. Will be a very long stream tomorrow. I'm going to finish. I'm not sure when it'll start. It'll probably be sometime between noon and 3 p.m. I'm going to try to finish my school assignment that I have before I come on stream so that I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, so we're just going to go fucking hard tomorrow. But this is going to be all for today. Plus, my dinner is sitting here, and I don't want it to get cold. So, if you're around, I'll see you tomorrow. And just like I thought, Shion's fucking guilty. Thank you. Have a good night.